manufacturing, to shipping, to retail, all the way to the consumer. Every single person is embraced. This will not affect income, as people will be spending more money, making up the difference for the law. I've already said my name. Aside from military installations, there will no longer be territorial limitations or borders between countries. We will now be free to roam the earth.
it'll just feel like the inauguration all over again.
We're just going to walk up a little bit. You too.
Any word from Nathan? Steps in the large factor.
them are peaceful.
What's your number?
There's no way we're going to fix this.
No, they hit us pretty good with that one. Yeah. They did earlier, but. Oh, yeah.
This is ruining our country. It's going to ruin our country. We're going to lose America right now. That's what's happening. Don't you think that? Well, yeah. I drove 16 hours to be here. So it's, you know, this is a big deal. This needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed now. Not the next election. It's done. It's done. Yeah, that's what's going to have to happen. And I hate to see that. I hate to see it come to that. Yeah, they killed a 13-year-old girl. They shot and killed a 13-year-old girl earlier today. Yes. That was earlier today. Yes. They were out front. Yeah. The police. Yeah. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. Any way you look at it, it was an unarmed citizen. Any way you want to look at it. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's been happening for a long time. We live in a police state. It needs to be addressed. Sad. We need to hire political realm redone completely. 100%. It needs to be changed. We have a few out there. It's a tough fight. It's the deep state's deep. Yeah. Are you?
Traitor, fucking enemy of us, dude. You lying fucking cocks are the enemy of the people of this country. All you do is fucking lie and twist shit around to fit some fucking corporate fuck narrative. Fucking worthless piece of shit. Pack your shit and get the fuck on, dude. All you can do is twist it and show portions and fucking lie, and you know that. You fucking piece of shit, bitch. Your company's full of shit, dude. You fucking know it, you do it anyway. You're a fucking worthless fuck. This isn't fucking media. You guys are fucking propagandists. Fucking communist that box. Good footage.
stagehand or you just part of the company?
I'm part of the company, new event label, so we do it.
I was an LD at a concert club.
Oh, really?
Till they shut us down.
Listen, you might be crazy, but you better not be a fascist. Fucking communist either. Mark the rest, ABC! It's right here! Your looks will not protect you from communism.
What news organization? Which one? Reuters. Who got attacked? Colleagues got attacked. The thing is, though, information is powerful. Because you can control people through information. It's hard to control a population, telling people what to do. You do this, you do that. If you control the information people receive, it's very powerful. So if you provide information, it's a big responsibility.
We got to hit at 5:30. Is it worth powering down for a few minutes?
No.
Okay. After 5:30, power down and don't do it again until the 6th.
Okay. That'll work. That's safe. I just don't want to lose your shot.
Yeah.
A systematic push to push people away here from the scene. You saw Capitol Police work their way down and pick individuals up one at a time physically from their seats up on what is the inaugural platform. That platform is typically not there. Right. It's just been constructed in the last weeks. That is where members of Congress, former presidents, members of the president's family sit during the swearing in of the president of the United States. This is where Joe Biden should be sworn in just 2 weeks from now. But what you have seen over the course of these last hours is thousands of people hold firm here at this very moment here. And now what you're seeing is tear gas and smoke being used to push people back. I got to tell you, Chuck, you know, one gentleman just came up to me right before we went live to you. He said, if our voices are not heard today, you'll hear our muskets tomorrow. Again, there is no police presence outside of the Capitol Police that you see up literally on the steps of the Capitol. We've been here for hours. There was a medical emergency and there was frankly nobody to turn to. You know, there's questions of at what point does the National Guard come in? But literally the shot that you are seeing up on the United States Capitol is the extent of the police presence.
Sindor at the White House for us today, and as you have been all day today, thank you so much for your reporting. We'll check back with you later for sure. I am joined now by the district attorney, the attorney general for the District of Columbia, Carl Racine. He's on the telephone talking with us today. Mr. Racine, are you there?
I'm here, William. Thank you very much.
Very good to have you on the NewsHour. Thank you for talking with us. I wonder if I could just initially get your reaction to what has unfolded here today.
Well, it's several-fold, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. I think Attorney General Barr's message is plain, clear, and here, unquestionably, the truth. What we witnessed today was an American tragedy. It is outrageous. It is devastating. And I would add to former Attorney General Barr's words that it was unlawful, predictable, and encouraged by none other than the President of the United States. And so this is an unprecedented event. Let me talk about the predictability for a moment. We know that these hate groups and militia groups, I'm talking about not the peaceful protesters, but the people who broke police lines and, assaulted the Capitol and left senators and Congress women and men huddled down onto the ground with their gas masks out and ushered onto underground trains for refuge, the same refuge sought by the Vice President of the United States. So this is a tragic day that was predictable because the social media made it clear as to what was going to occur. And
through multiple tunnels. The members of Congress use these buildings, use these tunnels to get to and from votes during the winter, during inclement weather. They were actually instructed to use these tunnels today because of protests, ironically enough. And, this is tens of thousands of people work here every day when there's not a pandemic. And there are just so many ways in and out of the building if you're somebody who's protesting, and trying to get in there, trying to disrupt this process. It takes a lot of people to secure the facility and all the entrances and all these different buildings, the 3 or 4 House office buildings, the Library of Congress buildings, and then the 3 Senate buildings on the other side of the building. And, one thing that I was struck by watching some of these images coming in from the Capitol and some of these really frightening scenes of people breaching the Capitol, for the first time in hundreds of years, people making it through the Capitol and occupying it. There are hallways and places in the Capitol that you pass on your walks every day to and from getting coffee, to or from your desk, that are really unremarkable. It's a window that's locked on both sides that looks out to the Washington Monument that you really can't get access or use. Sort of these hallways that are locked off for security reasons that don't really lead anywhere. And today, these images were just so striking. You had almost all these windows were broken, and people were trying to swarm in. And it was almost as if they did not have enough Capitol Police officers to deal with anything. It's almost remarkable in one sense that we've only heard of just sort of a handful of instances of gunshots and maybe one or two injuries from protesters. I'm surprised it's not actually more, quite frankly. So they really have a tall order ahead of them trying to secure this whole facility and also
trying as peacefully as possible. Let's listen into this.
We got a small criminal class that's running this country. Y'all don't defend them. You stand with us. We'll go to church on Sundays. We got a big good guys. Let's go. Let's go. Love you guys. We still support you. Love Jesus.
Will be supporters of the president, but supporters of Jesus gathered as well, concerned about and protesting, which is a right, but this has gone beyond protesting, as has now placed the lives of law enforcement and others in danger, as well as the destruction to our federal property and disrupted the work of lawmakers and diligent public servants.
And you heard, Nora, the audience heard one of the protesters as he walked away say there's a small criminal class that runs this country. That is an embedded grievance that Donald Trump did not invent, let us be honest. But as a candidate and as president, he has pointed to and suggested is real and is given a sense to these people who held that grievance.
Yeah, and I want to show our viewers that picture, what's going on in the well of the Senate. Look at this. Look at this, John King. You and I have covered Capitol Hill for a long time. A protester is sitting there on the Senate floor, where normally the president of the Senate, it would happen to be the vice president just a little while ago, a protester is sitting there in the well of the U.S. Senate. John, who would have ever believed we would see anything like this?
And there are, sadly, Wolf, some people who will find this funny, or they'll say it's just a prank, or they will say, look at this picture, nobody in this picture is getting hurt, and that's all true. But it is part of something that is bigger and that is dangerous, and that simply, forgive me, we are a nation of laws. That is what the Republican Party says we are, a nation of laws, a nation of rules. And this gentleman has every right to his anger. If he's mad at the results of the election, he does not have the right to break the rules and to violate security protocols and to storm into the United States Senate at a time when the vice president-elect, and the other elected members of that body and their staff, by the way, we don't give them enough credit. The people who work in these environments who don't get enough credit for the risks they take and for the public service they give us. And so there are people who look at this who will say, this is funny, this is a prank, look at that, how did you get there? It's not funny. It is part of, you can call it sedition, you can call it a protest well beyond the line. It's illegal. It's illegal is what it is, and it'll be interesting to find out what happened after this photo was taken.
Yeah, and just a little while ago, senators were there. They were debating the motions to try to do away with the democratically held election here in the United States, debating in the House, debating in the Senate.
Well, you can still see him a little bit. I think there are people sitting in the middle of the road or something down there. Okay. Well, how you gonna get out of here? How you can get out? No, I mean, no Uber's coming up here. He could go. Well, unless he wants to wait a half hour, how long they want me from digital? That's right. Yeah, there must be something going on down at the bottom of the hill where they want. Yeah. Zoomed out. I mean, whatever you want to do, obviously. They say digital.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
That's what I was trying to. But it's a clusterfuck.
shot inside the Capitol sounds like the force. That's amazing. Oh, good. You're really taking me back. Thank you. Well, nice to stop.
Sorry to hear that, Congressman. I hope that you are able to stay safe. I must ask you, we've heard now from the former President George W. Bush, who has called this mob attack on the Capitol an insurrection. You know, he didn't even call it disgraceful. He rebuked the reckless behavior, he said, of lawmakers who engaged in these objections. How would you characterize what happened today?
I hadn't heard that because we don't have access to television in here, but I am glad to hear that President Bush has made that statement. I agree with him completely. I think, frankly, we've been told that we are going to go back either to the House floor or some other location in the near future, and meaning today, to resume the business at hand of approving the electors.
We have a new tweet.
I would like to see the objectors withdraw their objections, but I'm quite certain that they won't be doing so, and that we'll probably be here late into the evening or the early morning hours while we finish the business at hand. And I think he's absolutely right. I think President Bush is absolutely right.
Congresswoman Susan Wild of Pennsylvania, thank you for joining us and as describing how a number of lawmakers are all packed in together at what she called a potential super spreader event of coronavirus, with Republican lawmakers not wearing masks as all of them wait to take the next.
And the consequences we've seen. An incident like that, like today's, can become a triumph for a right-wing, fascistic, anti-democratic movement if it is allowed to fester, if it is not put down. What Congress does tonight in affirming the victory of Joe Biden against lies and fantasies and sedition is absolutely critical. If they show weakness, it will be a triumph for the forces that want to essentially ignore the election, destroy the democracy, and install Donald Trump as permanent president. This is a very critical moment, not just because of the sad scenes that we've seen, but because of what it can represent. Movements that are anti-democratic take strength from their martyrs. They take strength from their battles. And unless there's a united front against it, it can be very dangerous going forward in our politics.
The question is, will that united front be developed? We're seeing the Capitol right now. It's a little after 6:10 on the East Coast. A curfew has gone into effect across Washington, D.C. after this extraordinary day of violence at the U.S. Capitol. The Capitol under siege. Rachel Scott there in Washington, D.C. Have you noticed a significant difference in these last 10 minutes?
A significant difference, George. We have now seen most of the demonstrators and protesters in this area clear out. We are now completely surrounded on this side of the Capitol by federal authorities and a very large police presence at this point. We just heard the second announcement go off over the intercom, telling people to clear the area, that the curfew is now in full effect, and if they fail to do so, that they will be arrested. Just dramatic.
Walking into the area. Sorry, we just want to make sure that we get out of the way and we're not getting in the way of any of the police activity to make sure they're able to get their jobs done. Obviously, we want to make sure that's the #1 priority here, so I'm stepping away a little bit. But these guys, the D.C. Metro Police, still pushing folks back, wanting everybody here to heed with the 6 p.m. curfew that's now in place in the city, Savannah. And as I mentioned, the FBI, watch out for the bike behind you, the FBI now on site in front of the Capitol building on a day in which, you know, is usually pro forma during an election season, just 2 weeks away from when President-elect Joe Biden will be inaugurated at this very site. And I just want to mention one other note here, Savannah, that I've mentioned throughout the day, but the Capitol was set up for the inauguration already. When we arrived here earlier today, you saw bleachers on both sides of the Capitol. You saw the inauguration balcony in which President-elect Joe Biden on January 20th will walk out and be sworn in as the next president of the United States. Today, that setup, the area in which they have put in place for that inauguration on January 20th was filled with rioters and protesters. And it was a sight that I don't think any of us could have imagined that we would see. And again, the police trying to push folks back, make sure that protesters, rioters, folks that are here are behind the line, Savannah. So I'll send it back to you for now. But again, there's definitely some more police presence at this point to make sure that the citizens and the folks in this area are abiding by the 6 p.m. curfew, Savannah.
Yeah, this is very much an unfolding
The unrest with that city now under curfew. The breach abruptly halting a joint session of Congress just as Republicans launched a last-ditch effort to overturn President-elect Biden's victory in the Electoral College. This unrest breaking out just after President Trump spoke at a rally near the White House, stoking the crowd by falsely claiming he won the election. Later, in a taped message, the president still baselessly saying the election was stolen, but telling rioters to go home. All of it coming just as Democrats win control of the Senate after the historic election in Georgia. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage. I want to welcome you back to NBC News coverage of the siege at the U.S. Capitol. Right now, police in Washington enforcing a curfew, driving rioters from the streets and Capitol grounds after securing the inside from those pro-Trump intruders who occupied the Capitol for several hours. Officials telling us a short time ago that one person shot inside the Capitol by law enforcement has died. All this taking place as the House and Senate met to formally count the certified electoral ballots that will make Joe Biden the next president. Our Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill. Casey, bring us up to date.
Lester, just absolutely stunning images today here at the Capitol as protesters overran the Capitol and multiple law enforcement agencies had to be called in after a number of them not only breached the building but breached the very floor of the House and of the Senate as they were conducting this business of trying to count the Electoral College votes, normally a very straightforward process that only takes about a half an hour, that would name Joe Biden as president-elect. This, of course, occurring after President Trump held a rally with tens of thousands of people outside of the White House. And the images inside the building were pretty unreal. There were protesters that were on the walls of the Capitol, as well as gunshots at one point. Watch. Tonight, stunning images as rioters supporting President Trump overrun the Capitol, scuffling with police. On the floor of the House, officers with guns drawn, with protesters just outside the door. Here you see rioters trying to break down a door, and you hear a gunshot. Over in the Senate, protesters breaching what's supposed to be the highly secure Senate floor, abruptly stopping the counting of electoral votes. Some taking photos on the Senate dais, others shouting and pushing past officers to get inside. Elsewhere, this man sitting with his feet up behind a desk in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Police placing the Capitol on lockdown.
A riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police.
Members of Congress rushing to take shelter, some wearing gas masks.
We were just told that there has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
It began just after that massive pro-Trump rally. Tens of thousands gathering near the White House to protest the expected declaration of Joe Biden's Electoral College victory.
There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known.
The group then marching to the Capitol, many just standing on the steps outside, others wandering in the rotunda, some scaling down the building. At one point, an armed standoff. Police say one person was shot. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger describing to us how she got out of the building.
There were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. It took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today.
Top House Republican Kevin McCarthy condemning what he was seeing.
This is so un-American. I condemn any of this violence. This is not the American way. This is not protected by the First Amendment. This must stop now.
Multiple Democratic and Republican lawmakers urged President Trump to appear on camera to tell the protesters to leave. Instead, he later tweeted, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue." The president-elect then imploring President Trump to speak.
At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
By about 4:15 this afternoon, this message from the White House.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you.
And Casey, that statement not going far enough for many on Capitol Hill tonight.
That's right, Lester. Many Republicans urging the president to go farther in trying to ensure calm, to calm this situation down and to make it easier to have a peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden. Lester.
All right, Casey Hunt, thank you. And one of those caught in today's assault was Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Wisconsin Republican. He joins us tonight on the phone. First of all, Congressman, are you someplace safe and well?
I am. Yeah, we're kind of sheltering in place here, but I honestly never thought I'd be barricading the doors and watching what I saw happen today in the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, some of the images are stunning, and you saw them firsthand. Can you walk us through what happened? I know the Senate and House had split apart for the purposes of debating some objections. When did you realize something was amiss?
Well, it was almost simultaneous with the debate over the certification of Arizona's electors when the protesters started to gather at the foot of the Capitol, and things quickly descended into violence. You know, you heard multiple flashbangs being deployed, which was presumably the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. The protesters were violently clashing with the when protesters breached the perimeter, and then somehow they breached the security perimeter of the Capitol itself, and they started breaking down windows, running amok in Statuary Hall, eventually got onto the Senate floor and the House floor, and then, you know, the vice president was evacuated by Secret Service, and then someone was shot, and it's my understanding that that person has died. I mean, that is the cost of what has happened today. I mean, someone died in the United States Capitol, in America today. I mean, this is unacceptable. And I think, if nothing else, the objectors need to stop playing this dangerous game. We need to reconvene tonight when order is restored. The objectors need to stand down. We need to certify the results of the election. And Donald Trump is ultimately going to have to concede. That's the only way we avoid stuff like this in the future. As a Republican, it bums me out that we lost the presidential election, but such is life. When you lose, you take a second, you look in the mirror, and you figure out how you can do better next time, and that's what we need to do as a party right now.
So, Congressman, it appears they have secured the Capitol now, but that doesn't change the belief in the people we're seeing here that this election was somehow stolen, and the president probably didn't help things today by his remarks. So where does that leave us tomorrow and the next day?
Well, I think the prudent move, once we all say it together that the election's over and we support the peaceful transition of power, it's not dismiss the concerns of election fraud that we've seen in multiple states. I think many states, including my home state of Wisconsin, need their state legislatures to do a version of what Florida did after the 2000 election. There were certainly changes that were made at the last second in the midst of the pandemic, and we've had a massive increase in absentee balloting. And I think it's fair for the legislatures to take a step back and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, and here's how we can give our citizens confidence in the integrity of the election. But that's a separate question than the question of whether Congress should or even has the authority to overturn the results of the state election. I mean, I don't see a reading of that anywhere in the Constitution. That is a recipe for chaos. It's certainly not a conservative reading of the Constitution. It's a highly progressive one. And I just don't believe the federal government should have that power. That power belongs to the states and to the people.
Congressman Mike Gallagher, we're glad you're well. Thank you for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As you heard, all this happened as Congress was in the middle of certifying, not actually certifying, the votes had been certified, but they were counting the Electoral College vote for President-elect Joe Biden and debating objections to that vote. Let's get more on that from NBC's Kristen Welker.
Those stunning images of a mob storming the Capitol followed another extraordinary moment.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress.
Vice President Mike Pence presiding over the special session of Congress in which the electoral votes are counted and the winner of the presidential election declared. And for the first time, Pence publicly breaking with the president.
Are you going to overturn the election results today?
refusing the president's demands that he unlawfully overturn electoral votes for Biden. Pence releasing a letter saying, "My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." That letter released just minutes after President Trump called out Pence multiple times.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us
at a massive rally across from the White House.
So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Later, tweeting Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Today, again, pushing false claims of widespread fraud.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
And today, for the first time, the top Senate Republican Mitch McConnell blasting the president and those rejecting Joe Biden's Electoral College win.
If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
Still, at least 13 Republican senators and dozens of House Republicans were poised to raise objections to the results in at least 6 states unless a commission is created to audit the election.
What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
But shortly after the debate began, those protesters started storming in. And shortly after that moment, all the debate ended. They were going alphabetically through the states. They've never made it past Arizona. Lester.
Kristen, we're hearing that some in the White House are now asking the president to make a more forceful statement. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's absolutely right, Lester. I can tell you that some top White House staff are urging the president to respond strongly to what transpired today. Now, officials don't know if he's actually going to say anything else or issue a more forceful statement. And some Trump allies outside the White House are frustrated with his reluctance to do so. They had wanted him to go further in his remarks and to say something live, not what he released on tape. But the president is hesitant to aggressively push back against his own supporters.
All right.
Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. President-elect Joe Biden forcefully condemned today's assault. He called on President Trump to step up and demand an end to the siege. Our Jeff Bennett joins us now. Jeff, what else did Mr. Biden have to say?
Hey, Lester, the president-elect condemned the actions of the rioters as an insurrection, saying their behavior bordered on sedition. He also called out President Trump for inciting the violence, and Biden also talked about the challenges ahead. Take a look.
The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency.
Now, in recent weeks, we've seen Joe Biden increasingly step into this apparent leadership void, delivering addresses to the nation about the pandemic, about the tough economy, and now this crisis in our democracy. And asked by reporters, Biden said he wasn't concerned about his own safety, his own security, or even his own inauguration, which is set to happen at the U.S. Capitol outside in 2 weeks' time. Lester.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about that in light of what has happened here. All right, Jeff, thank you. And we noted that curfew now underway in Washington. Police have been working to disperse the rioters from the Capitol and the area. Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground for us there. Gabe, what's the latest? Are people beginning to move along and disperse?
Lester, it's an extremely eerie scene out here, out in front of the Capitol. Earlier, there was all this chaos. Now it is extremely quiet. As we were coming here a short time ago, driving through this area and walking through this area, we heard loudspeakers blaring that a curfew was in effect. A great deal of National Guard members were also here, and they were also on very high alert. Lester, it's incredible to see the Capitol just like this as night falls. The question will be, will there be more protesters that stick around? But at this point, I can tell you, as you can see from the street behind me, people have emptied out. There doesn't appear to be a lot of protesters here remaining. But it was incredible to witness this earlier today. Lester, I've covered an incredible amount of protests over the last few months, past few years, and to see these protesters breach the Capitol. I spoke by phone, and as I was making my way here, to a Republican congressman who was negotiating with some of these rioters inside the Capitol as they were trying to make their way in. He said it was just an incredible sight, un-American, and so many people around the country right now are asking, how could this happen? How could these rioters be allowed to breach the walls of the United States Capitol? But again, right now, a curfew is in effect and the streets are quiet. Lester? All
right, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's turn to Republican Congressman Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. He's on the phone as well. Congressman, thank you for being well. I assume that you're someplace now safe?
Yes, sir. We're all in good standings.
As we noted, the Senate and House had split apart to begin dealing with some of these objections. You yourself have objected to some of the state certifications. Will that process now end as the approval of the vote resumes?
You know, I think you probably hear a different tone from both sides. We should be. I mean, while everybody is responsible for their own actions, we can also learn to debate better than this. And at the end of the day, we still have a constitutional authority with the electoral vote for January 6th. And so as soon as the perimeter is secure, I believe we'll be going back to work.
Will you drop your objections?
No, the objection is still there. To contest the electoral vote is still my constitutional authority and my obligation. And so to contest it is something I feel very strongly about. It's not political. It's something I feel like is my constitutional authority to do so. And so we will do that, but we can do it in a more civilized manner. And I think that goes for all of us. Listen, a lot of the rhetoric that's been given from both sides over the last 5 years as why everybody is responsible for their own actions. It's bubbled to this point, and this should have never happened. This is a dark day, and this kind of action is not acceptable from anybody. I don't care what your reason is. This is never acceptable.
Do you think your actions, those of others who have challenged these electoral votes, in some way help fuel what played out today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. That's almost ridiculous because we've heard both sides have real bad rhetoric for 5 years. We've seen protests going on for 5 years. And to be quite honest, we've never seen this from supporters before. They've been out there, they've confronted, they've had interactions with Antifa and other groups before. We've had Trump rallies. We've seen them have rallies before, and we've never seen violence. We've never seen this before, not from Trump supporters. And so I wouldn't even call this really protesters. There was agonizers that went into the protesters. I had the opportunity to go and visit with a lot of our men and women that stood guard, that were putting their life on the line to make sure that members and staff gets to go home safe at some point, and they have families too. And I went down to the triage center, and there may have been 25 or 50 of them, I don't know, but they were bloody and bruised, and one young man I'm sure is going to lose his eye, and they were shaken up. And I asked them what happened, and they said there was a group that broke away from the protesters, and they had evil in their eyes. These weren't just your normal protesters; they had evil in their eyes, and there wasn't just one or two or three of them that said that to me. There was multiple ones that I talked to, but at the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions regardless. We're responsible for our behavior, and I think President Trump did a good job. I told him to go home, and then he even told them that he loved them, and a lot of people want to make a big deal about that. But listen, every morning I wake up and I say, love the people, love the call. I love these people too, but what they did today was inexcusable, and unfortunately, even a young lady lost her life because of it. And there's two lives that changed there. The officer that discharged his weapon, I don't care who you are, the first time you discharge your weapon, it takes a part of you. And there's going to be, and so his life has been changed. And there's some people that love that young lady. I don't know her age, but I know she had to have family. And there's a family that's broken today because our behavior got out of line. And we are better than that. We don't do that.
Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
The world is watching as these chaotic scenes play out. A number of world leaders calling on President Trump to condemn the violence. Richard Engel is in London with a global reaction. Richard, it was fascinating to hear some of the things coming from overseas, the kind of things that have come from this country and other times.
Well, by now, Lester, there have been dozens of reactions from world leaders, and they have been condemning what has happened. There have been expressions of shock, expressions of horror, and they are all saying that this was an attack on democracy. Here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson tweeted out that it is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. Germany's foreign minister said the enemies of democracy will be pleased at these unbearable images. The leader of the Secretary General of NATO, the world's most powerful military alliance, said that shocking scenes in Washington, the outcome of this democratic election must be respected. And around the world, leaders were placing blame directly on President Trump. The Prime Minister of Sweden tweeted out that, President Trump and many members of Congress have a great responsibility for what is happening now. A spokesman for the President of South Africa simply tweeted, "Pray for America."
All right, Richard, thank you. I want to turn now to our Frank Thorpe, who's also at the Capitol. He tweeted some stunning video of intruders roaming free on the Senate floor today. Frank, tell us some of the things you've seen and observed.
Yeah, Lester, I mean, I just have to say, I cannot stress enough what a stunning and surprising and shocking scene it was to walk into the gallery above the Senate floor and see the dozen or so rioters who had made it onto the Senate floor. The Senate floor is one of the most historic places that it handles the legislative work for senators, and it is incredibly locked down. Not only is the Capitol locked down, there are multiple levels of security to get into the Capitol every day, but the Senate chamber, the Senate floor, is one of the most sacred rooms in the Capitol, and to see these rioters on the floor was a stunning situation. I have to say, Lester, one of the things that I had been told by aides in the last couple of weeks is that they were worried by the calls by President Trump to have people come to the Capitol and to gather outside the Capitol. They were worried that something like this could happen, and it did. And it's just this, I cannot express the unprecedented nature of the rioters coming into the Capitol, not having gone through security, and storming the floor like they did.
Yeah, you and I were on the air live when those images first came in of that scene from the Senate, and I think both of us were left speechless for a moment. Quite extraordinary. Frank Thorpe, thank you for your reporting. I want to bring in our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Boy, Chuck, what does this say about a division in America? This thing may be, being put to rest tonight, but the feelings are still very strong, and they are out there.
A couple weeks ago on Meet the Press, Lester, I started off and I just simply asked the question, is this the 1850s or the 1950s, talking about the divides in America? And frankly, I was referring to sort of, in the 1950s, we had the Red Scare, you had Joseph McCarthy, but we shut that down, right? We somehow came together and we shut that down as a country. In the 1850s, obviously, the divide in this country culminated in the Civil War. And so you now look at an event like today, and making a comparison to the 1850s is suddenly, no longer hyperbole, which some of us, I think, were accused of over the last few years. The sad thing about all this, Lester, is that, well, we're all shocked by what we witnessed today. Are we that surprised? We've all been concerned this moment was coming, that we had a president of the United States that was fomenting this, that he had a propaganda machine, frankly, behind him that helped him push this. So I do think this is gut check time. We still have elected leaders in this country, I think, who would like to keep this republic standing. President Trump's actions cannot go unanswered. You've heard various people talk impeachment. You've heard some people bring up the 25th Amendment. I don't think these are ideas that are just being tossed around. These should be serious conversations. Whether, there's a lot of senators right now locked up with Vice President Pence right now. Because you got to ask yourself, is the president mentally fit at this point and has the temperament to handle the presidency even for the next 13 days? What he did today and his actions as they continue all night tonight have to call those things into question. So these conversations, I think, are taking place, and they're real.
And some of those things you mentioned, obviously very emotional, and many people would have called them alarmists weeks ago, perhaps not tonight. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss is with us as well. Michael, there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but where is this going?
It's going in ways that are very ominous, Lester. You know, this is a day I hoped I would never live to see. We saw a terrorist attack on the United States Congress and the United States Capitol, and it was instigated by the President of the United States, who today at midday told this big mob, march up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol and take back our country, and stop the counting of the ballots that will lead to an election that he charged was stolen. And once they were with guns and other weapons and committing violence in the Capitol, he made a video in the Rose Garden saying, "We love you and you're very special." We have never seen anything like that in more than 2 centuries of American history. I hope we never do again, but it has to stop. He's in office for 2 more weeks. We can't live with the possibility that this kind of thing will spread and get worse.
You know, we've all seen things today that may make us shudder. Michael, thank you. The question many asking tonight, how did this assault on the Capitol happen? Why wasn't it more secure when Trump supporters have been threatening similar actions for months? Let's go to Tom Costello with that.
For weeks, right-wing online chatter had discussed just this scenario. The president had called for protesters to march on Capitol Hill. Washington's mayor had called out the National Guard to protect the city streets. Every D.C. police officer was on the job.
Today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior.
The question tonight, why weren't Capitol Police prepared for this?
We need to ask questions about why it was or was not designated a national special event and why the security around it was insufficient.
2,300 officers make up the Capitol Police Force. Today, they appeared to be on the defensive, retreating as the crowd pushed forward, forced to pull their guns in the House chambers. But none of the kind of aggressive tactics police used against mostly peaceful protesters last June in front of the White House after the killing of George Floyd.
I would have never anticipated that we would lose control of both the Capitol and the floors. So maybe the first inkling that was different is how hateful and spiteful and violent this crowd was.
Tonight, Capitol Police and D.C. police are getting help from neighboring communities, neighboring police departments in Maryland and Virginia, as well as the National Guard in Virginia, D.C. and Maryland. Tonight, it is all hands on deck here in the D.C. area. Lester?
All right, Tom Costello, thanks. NBC's Andrea Mitchell has covered Congress and the White House for many years. I think we all agree we've not seen anything quite like the way this day has played out, Andrea. But I want to raise the question with you that I did with Michael a moment ago, Bechelos, about what the next 2 weeks could bring.
Well, it is so hard to predict. I think there will be censure, some action taken, certainly by the House members. You're seeing tonight one Republican from Washington State, Kathy McMorris Rodgers, saying that she will no longer object. She was one of the objectors. I know you talked to the other congressmen who will still object, but they have to rethink how much responsibility they had for what happened today. And
Andrea, what does this mean? Will this be an easier or harder Biden presidency because of this, at least in the beginning?
I think the poison in the atmosphere makes it so much more difficult coming in. He has so much healing to do, but there is a real a signal, at least from Mitch McConnell, that things might be different. There may be some way to come together in the middle.
All right. Andrea, thank you. So here we are at the end of an extraordinary and chaotic day in the history of our country. We've seen an assault on our democracy like we've never seen. The normally routine exercise of certifying, or in this case, counting the votes of a presidential election turning into a life-threatening attack on one of the pillars of our country. Gunfire, a woman dies, others wounded, members of Congress in gas masks, hiding under their desks, saying prayers. The U.S. Capitol occupied and under siege. The questions will linger for a long time. On a very basic level, just how could an angry mob breach what should have been one of the most secure buildings in the world? Why did it take so long for authorities, including President Trump himself, to respond? And what responsibility will the president ultimately bear for what happened today? Tonight, members of Congress are vowing to get back to the process of certifying the election of Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Despite what we've been through today, our democracy is strong, and there will be a transfer of power exactly 2 weeks from today, right there at the U.S. Capitol. I want to go now to Casey Hunt, who can give us a little more color as we now a good hour past the curfew, what's happening at the Capitol itself. Casey?
Lester, good evening to you. And as we turn into the evening here at the Capitol, the attitude here is one of resolve. It has been an incredibly difficult day at the U.S. Capitol. I've covered the Capitol for over a decade on and off, and none of us who have been here in that time have ever seen anything like this. I think it has rattled people quite deeply, both members of Congress and also the many hundreds of aides and reporters who also work in this complex, that something like this was able to happen. But right now, members of Congress are still in their secure locations, but they are determined that the business of the government is not going to stop just because this has happened. I have been talking privately with members of the House, members of the Senate who are in those rooms, people in both parties, and the universal sense is we need to move forward. We need to demonstrate to the country that our government can still function even though something like this has happened. And of course, the business that they were conducting was counting the Electoral College votes that would ultimately ratify Joe Biden's election as our next president of the United States. And that business, normally, we hardly even notice that it happens. It usually takes about a half an hour. It's almost never a newsworthy event. It is one of the oldest traditions here at the Capitol, but not one that really has ever been disputed. And when we got here today, we knew that it was going to be a historic day because there were Republicans planning to object to some of those votes, planning to object to counting them. And that process had started. And you and I were speaking on the air at that time when the objection was heard and when these two chambers split apart as the process dictates. Members of the Senate went back to the Senate chamber to debate whether or not those votes should have been counted. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, his critics would say that he didn't speak out soon enough, but he did speak out today, and he said that if there was not a stop to these objections, that the country's democracy would be in a death spiral. And I'm not sure that anyone really understood at the time how those words would echo through the day, because just minutes later, McConnell and other senators were evacuated off the Senate floor as protesters breached not just the Capitol building, but the very chamber itself, and put a stop to that business of government. It also happened in the House of Representatives, where people grabbed gas masks from under their chairs, where protesters were hanging off the walls. They were sitting at the dais. In one instance, there was a picture of someone who had literally put his feet up on one of the desks. These are not places normally where the general public even has easy access to. You're supposed to be screened. The magnitude of this breach, just absolutely incredible. But at this hour, Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, put out a statement saying they are going to convene the House tonight. They feel it's that important. I'm speaking with senators who are also saying something similar will happen there. So we're waiting to see how the logistics of this will play out. Obviously, it's very important that they sweep the area, that they ensure that nothing was left behind that could be dangerous for lawmakers as they try to go about their business. But right now, at this hour, the resolve is the business of the U.S. government will go on. Lester.
Casey, thank you very much. And as we cross into the 7 o'clock Eastern hour, Savannah Guthrie joins me now. We have seen them move actually very rapidly to clear out the Capitol after all this, but still, as Casey points out, a lot to be secured inside before they can move on.
Well, yeah, moved rapidly after the 6 o'clock curfew went into effect, but there were those hours after this afternoon, Lester, when I think all of us were wondering, where is the response? Yeah. Why have these protesters / rioters been permitted to go into the Capitol? And then, they were there past where legal protests are allowed to take place for many, many hours. So we'll continue to ask those questions. But this is the scene in Washington tonight where the curfew is under effect now for 1 hour, 7 o'clock Eastern, as Lester mentioned. The Congress planning to convene in some form or fashion tonight to continue its business, to continue the business of the American people, and continue the official certification of electoral votes. And whether that will be at the joint session of Congress, whether it will be able to take place on the Capitol grounds, that's something we are waiting to hear. But we've heard from the leadership that, yes, it will go on tonight. So it's going to be a late one. Joining us now, Yasmin Vasugian, outside the Capitol. And Yasmin, you've been walking all over the grounds and seeing how this protest, the waves have risen and now in some degree receded. What is the latest you're seeing now?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah, as you were coming to me, you talked about, some people are going to be asking the question of where's the response? Why are people able to breach the Capitol grounds? And this is the response now. This is what we are seeing now. And while they're making sure that everything is secure inside of the Capitol, where Casey was just reporting from, this is what's happening on the outside of the Capitol, where have they, at this point, been absolutely able to secure the grounds of the Capitol building. I mean, it was just a couple of hours ago that you had thousands of folks lined up here all the way up to those Capitol steps, breaching Capitol grounds, breaching the Capitol building, and now everybody has subsequently been pushed all the way back. I mean, at this point, Savannah, there's just a couple of hundred stragglers here. These folks, D.C. Metro Police, Capitol Police, the D.C. National Guard as well, as you see some of these guys with the flags on their chest, holding the shield, some of them from the D.C. National Guard, they have subsequently created this police line that they use, which is pro forma for these guys to use in their strategy of pushing folks back to disperse crowds. And as you and I were talking, I guess it was like an hour or so ago at this point, every 90 seconds or so, they were starting to push folks back. So they would march on the crowd, march on the rioters, march on the protesters to disperse them, push them back. And as they did in the beginning, it was much more confrontational. People were beginning to run. It was before the 6 p.m. curfew, and people were somewhat surprised by the presence of this major police line that seemed to have come out of nowhere. But then subsequently, as the night wore on, they kind of got used to what was happening, and the crowd was able to disperse more and more. Of course, with nightfall comes a lowering of temperature as well. It's pretty cold out here at this point. And so people, for the most part, have left. And I'm not sure where they've gone, but thousands of folks that were here on the lawn, on the Capitol Hill steps, they have now subsequently left with just a couple of hundred folks left. And this police line behind me, it has stayed fairly steady. They haven't moved from this point essentially since 6 p.m. curfew started. I'm not quite sure what the plan is for the rest of the night, what they plan to do, how long they plan to stay out here. I'm imagining they want to make sure that everybody goes home and abides by the 6 p.m. curfew. I do want to show you one other thing, Savannah, while I have you. So, Miguel, let's push in on some of these barriers over here, these metal barriers, these gates, right? So there was one point, Savannah, sorry, I was just catching my breath. There was one point where the protesters and the rioters, they took a bunch of these metal gates and these barriers, and they tried to set up a barrier themselves to create a partition or a blockade between themselves and this police line. Well, it didn't work. To tell a long story short, and the police were able to breach that barrier and subsequently push through and make sure that the protesters and the rioters were staying back. So that's where we're at this point, Savannah. Okay. We're going to be here all night. Yes. Making sure that we stay on top of things as they progress. And of course, as I keep saying, things are changing by the minute at this point.
They are. Stay safe. Thank you, Yasmin. We so appreciate it. I just got a note here that Twitter's safety has locked the account of the president. So I'll just read you the statement. It comes from Twitter Safety. As a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we have required the removal of 3 @RealDonaldTrump tweets that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. And then it goes on to say this means that the account of Real Donald Trump will be locked for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. If the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. Let's go to Kristen Walker. She's our White House correspondent. Kristen, needless to say, this is the president's preferred mode of communication, and in fact was the venue in which he released a statement a little bit earlier in which he said the protesters should go home, but also continued to allege that the election was fraudulent and stolen, which of course it was not.
That's right, Savannah. This is yet another extraordinary development in a day that has been filled with so many. Twitter deciding to lock the account of the President of the United States. He had tweeted twice today, as you rightfully point out. Both tweets reiterated those false claims of widespread voter fraud. He also put out a video that was flagged by Twitter earlier in the day in which he echoed similar comments but did urge his supporters to be peaceful. I have to tell you that what we have seen here behind the scenes, based on my conversations with a number of top officials, is an urgent effort to try to get the president to come out and publicly to say something that is more forceful than that, both from current and former officials. Savannah, let me just read you a few. Alyssa Farah, who tweeted out earlier today to Trump supporters basically saying, I am one of you, but she said, I need you to hear me. Quote, the election was not stolen. We lost. Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff here, tweeting out, the president's tweet is not enough. He can stop this now and needs to do exactly that. Tell these folks to go home. We also saw tweets from Kellyanne Conway, a former top advisor here, as well as members of the president's family, who essentially urged the people who were storming the Capitol to be peaceful and to stand down, to go home. So that was the counter messaging that we were hearing from President Trump, these very clear messages to those who were storming the Capitol, and this very mixed messaging that we were getting from President Trump. So I can tell you the effort continues here to try to get the president to speak out in a forceful way, but I don't anticipate that's going to happen tonight, Savannah. We just got what is referred to as a full lid here at the White House, which means it is almost unlikely and impossible that we would hear from President Trump, at least that we would hear him speak. And now that his Twitter account has been locked down, it's hard to see that that would happen either. And just to take a step back, I would remind people about how this day started with the president addressing his throngs of supporters here at the nation's capital, reiterating those false claims of fraud and trying to apply pressure to Vice President Mike Pence to get him to block the election results that were going to be read today on Capitol Hill, something that he cannot do, something that Pence was quite clear today he does not have the authority to do.
Hey, Kristen, it's Lester. As you talk about these calls for the president to be more forceful in his condemnation of all this, who is he listening to right now? We know he's been huddled around a group that have been encouraging him to continue to fight the election, but is there anyone in his immediate orbit who might be pointing him in that direction?
Well, we know that among the people he has spoken to today and who have been advising him most closely, his chief of staff, of course, Mark Meadows, and then his family members, Ivanka Trump, one of the people who he listens to most closely, Jared Kushner, another one. And so we know that he has been speaking with these people, but the question is, will he listen to his family members? Will he listen to his top aides? And so far, he has not. So far, he has, again, put forward this very mixed messaging, reiterated some of his very heated rhetoric, and at the same time trying to urge peace, saying that we are the party of law and order. So will he listen? That remains to be seen. I can tell you, Lester, that heading into today, there was a real effort to try to get the president to view today and what was supposed to happen on Capitol Hill, which was the reading of the Electoral College votes and then the declaration of President-elect Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. The president's aides and allies were trying to get him to see this day as really his last stand, as the last airing of his grievances. One person telling me privately, look, we understand this process and we understand the reality. Joe Biden's going to be the next president. And so there is an effort behind the scenes here to get the president to, if he's not going to concede publicly, at least to accept that and to try to move forward with his next steps. What will that look like? He has talked about a potential run for himself in 2024, but it's just not clear what his next steps are, what his off-ramp is here at the White House, Lester.
All right. Kristen, thanks very much. And we've seen these pictures of people occupying some of these offices, and shocking as they may be, as I pointed out earlier, they're also potential evidence. I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. Pete, there have been various descriptions of how do you characterize these folks. Some have called them terrorists. The police have called them rioters. But in the eyes of the law, what kind of jeopardy are they in, these folks who stormed the Capitol?
Well, the ones who simply went into the Capitol are in jeopardy of being charged with, believe it or not, trespassing on government property. And I think that's one of the reasons why you didn't see more of an aggressive law enforcement response early on to try to arrest people. The law enforcement people were simply way outnumbered, and to stop and make arrests is a big consumption of manpower resources. And it may well be that the Capitol Police just said, what we need to do is get these people out of here. Let's not worry about making arrests now. Now, the folks who we've seen smashing windows trying to break into the House floor. They face more serious charges of destruction of government property. And my guess is, in talking to the law enforcement people I've talked to tonight, the government will be going through the vast numbers of still pictures of these, the ones that we've been seeing all day, the ones that exist from Capitol security cameras as well, and trying to get those people identified and arrested. Some were wearing masks, but as you saw from the pictures earlier, many were not. So that's the kind of jeopardy they face. Now, there are also more serious things being investigated. There were 2 improvised explosive devices, homemade pipe bombs in essence. We don't know whether they were working devices or not, found outside the headquarters of the Republican and separate Democratic national committees, both of which have their offices on Capitol Hill. The RNC is right near the House office buildings. The DNC is a little further away. Those were both identified and destroyed. And then, of course, we have the most serious thing of all, the shooting of a woman who was inside the Capitol building. She died of her injuries a couple of hours later at a D.C. hospital. We still don't know the circumstances of the shooting. We don't know which law enforcement agency had the officer who shot her. We know it was a law enforcement shot. What we've been told is the woman was trying to climb up onto a ledge over a doorway. One congressman has said she was trying to get onto the House floor. We just don't know if that was the case or not. The D.C. police still have not identified her, but that seems to be the most serious thing that happened today. But back to your question, Lester, you know, surprisingly, these are not that serious charges potentially that these folks face for the most part, except for those who were the most destructive and were clearly out to do some damage.
All right, Pete Williams. Thanks, Pete.
Joining us now on the line, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. He's currently in a secure location with other senators. Sir, I'm glad you're able to talk to us. We're glad you're safe. First of all, just give me your what you witnessed today from your perspective. What did you see happen? What did you hear?
You bet. We were on the floor of the Senate, and of course, at a very unusual moment when we were holding a debate with basically all the senators there, listening to each other, 5 minutes apiece, people presenting their case for why they were objecting to the Arizona votes, and people responding quite vigorously as to why this was absolutely outside the Constitution and inappropriate and damaging to our republic. And that debate, to have everyone present and engaged in that fashion, very rare moment. And then we heard a commotion outside the doors of the corridor that lead between the House and the Senate. And it's not that unusual to have a commotion. We sometimes have protesters up in the balcony who disrupt things, who unfold banners or start shouting to disrupt the proceedings, and they'll be escorted out by the police. And so I think most of us assumed it was something like that. The balconies themselves were essentially empty because of the COVID restrictions. So perhaps there were protesters just outside, a small group being disruptive. Then an individual opened the door, ran up to the dais, asked the vice president to gavel down the session, swept him away, and obviously we knew at that moment that things were dramatically different, that we were facing some very serious threat, not just a few people who were trying to create a disruption. Yeah. So that's how it began earlier today.
Well, and as night falls on the Capitol, it's our understanding that members of Congress, senators, members of the House are looking to reconvene and continue this work of certifying the electoral vote. What do you know about that? What are the plans tonight?
We are absolutely determined to get back on the Senate floor. There's a lot of discussion among the members here if we could convene here in this secure location, but I think the sense has been symbolically we want to be back on the Senate floor, complete our work tonight to show that the rioters, really the hooligans who sought to disrupt the actions today have failed to do so. We will complete our work tonight.
I won't ask you where you are. I know it's a secure location, but I would love if you could tell me what it's like in that room. How many senators are there? Are you talking? Is there tension because of what's unfolded today?
There are lots of discussions between members. Much of our work here is way too segregated. Lunch times, the Republicans have a Republican lunch every day we're here. We sit on opposite sides of the committee rooms. We sit on opposite sides of the floor. there just isn't the interaction among members that there needs to be to help bridge the partisan chasm and get work done. So we're really in a situation of many hours in the same room. It's very unusual, and just there are a lot of bipartisan discussions going on. Of course, our Republican colleagues were split on this issue of disrupting the vote today. Some of them had a very strong intention to want to support this vision of the president, that they're, to say that they were with the base, which has been hearing that there were horrific systemic shenanigans that have cheated the president out of his office. And others, knowing that this was false, misleading, were very opposed to any participation in that at all. So you have a deep split of the Republican caucus. You have a very united Democratic caucus saying this is just so completely wrong. The Constitution calls upon us to witness the counting, but it does not call on us to be able to throw votes out and thereby try to deliberately send the decision to the House where Trump would have been put in office for 4 more years. This is really an attempted coup.
Is there any sense among your colleagues there and the Republican side that given the events of today and this extraordinary situation where they had to be evacuated and the work of Congress stopped, will they continue to mount the objection? Are they trying to think of a different path? Or do you think you'll convene tonight and it'll be just as it would have been, 7 hours ago?
No, it will not be the same at all. I know the Republican group that had objected is talking to each other. Some of them were conveying to me that they were determined that they not object to any other states, and they thought that they had most, if not all, the Republican senators on board for that. Obviously, it takes only one senator to object to a state to send us back into deliberation on that, counting that state's electoral votes. So it has to be unanimous. I suspect they will succeed. They will say any arguments we wanted to present have been presented over Arizona. And actually, the arguments under election law says a senator can object on the basis that a state's electoral votes have not been properly certified, or that the information was incorrectly presented, and no case was made that either of these two things had happened. The case was simply this: there is a mob across America that believes what the president is saying, and we want to show we're listening to them. So we're going to disrupt this process and participate in this effort to send the decision to the House of Representatives. What I heard among this room today was senators saying, well, we didn't really mean to participate in that. We just wanted to protest to show the Trump base that we were paying attention to them. We never intended to go that far as to actually try to send something to the floor. That is to send it to the House for a decision, and therefore basically put Trump back in office for 4 years. In other words, destroy the will of the people, if you will. And so people are rethinking how they're framing their position, but really what we have here are Republican leaders who failed to stand up to the president and saying you're lying to the people. Instead, they often supported that notion, joined in that effort, failed to stand up when leadership demanded that people stand up.
Well, Senator, we appreciate your time. It's going to be a long one for you. We'll be watching. Keep us posted on what transpires, and thank you again. We're glad you're safe and your colleagues are safe.
Thank you very much, and take care.
Thank you.
NBC law enforcement analyst and former Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best, I believe, is with us. Is she with us?
I am here.
You are here. Great. Thank you so much for being with us. Watching what transpired today and thinking 2 weeks from now, we'll be looking at an inauguration at that very same spot outside. What is your level of concern as a law enforcement professional?
Well, obviously, what we saw today was absolutely surreal and just reprehensible. I don't think anyone could have quite imagined it to be as violent as it was. Certainly, I know that other law enforcement officials who are looking at this will be ramped up, if you will, to make sure that they have sufficient resources available. And I imagine security will be extremely tight, come January 20th, given what we've seen today at the in DC here.
Let's talk about the intelligence about what this group might have done, given what was out there on social media. Does it appear that something was missed?
Well, it's easy to, we're very early on, it's easy to make those types of suppositions. But, I imagine there was a lot of security around, inside the facility. And when these folks showed up, I know as being a former chief, my first priority would be to make sure that we could account for all the electeds and get them out of the facility and out of harm's way, that there weren't any hostage situations. All of those things are potential problems that you have to account for early on. And then
written briefly, exhorting and testifying that this is the true good at this. We're good at this. What's that?
Karen Haynes. Hello. We are on, where are we? Third in Pennsylvania. Yeah, we're like at the parking lot in front of the Capitol. Yeah, they're starting to kettle people in. Yeah. What do you have? Okay, do you have any brick batteries? No. Yeah, it won't charge. I don't know how you're gonna get here. Yeah. Where are you? Exactly. If I'm looking straight at the Capitol building, you're to the left.
Good one. See you next time.
Oh, I think you and I are at opposite ends of the Capitol. I'm on the side of the reflecting pole.
If you pay any money to the IRS, you are supporting the actions taken tonight by our government.
Oh, maybe they're doing it
Stop
up there
giving
too. Why
them
don't
your
I send
money.
you my current location? Okay. Yeah, I will. I'll text
They were in
you.
violation of the curfew and they...
I've seen at least 15 morbidly obese police officers tonight. Can we please, as a country, have a little bit better standards? I don't think that guy's running into a bank to stop somebody. He can't run.
I don't know exactly where it is. Can you hold this? John, can you hold this?
No, I'm going to
Call your family and friends at home. We need everybody in D.C. and we need armed citizens.
Aaron was giving weird directions. He's like, if they're on the last street, they're on the left of the Capitol. Maybe they're up there.
I suspect they're in Louisiana. I don't think they could have got it on Constitution because that looks
Like, I don't
like
think they can get down here.
yeah. It's not coming through right now either. So you're out in the middle of the mine. Have they just completely collapsed? I mean, are there still people in the middle, you think? Yeah. The question is now, when we're done trying to figure out where they are, I think we're gonna go over there and see if we can get it, because that'll be the shot. Looking for the wagon.
I think they're over there.
You think so?
I think they're over here.
Let's go into the park here and see if we can see them being loaded into wagons. up that? You want to walk up that sidewalk? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. The park is muddy. Hey, we're gonna walk through the park up to Louisiana and First. So we are. Okay, mine's not sending it to you. There's like so many people here. But if you're near lights, I think we're headed in the right direction. Because there aren't any lights near us. We're at like the end of the parking lot. So.
Hey, cutie. Oh, you know my phone.
Yeah. Okay, I lost you because I gotta. What? Let me hold it for you. I'm sorry. I just noticed you trying to do your phone at the same time. I got it. Okay. You want to hold it right here? Okay. Oh, do you know where they are, or you just? No, I'm good, man. Okay, I lost you because of the emergency. It's got no window. Man, I still can't really see into there. So is he in Louisiana? There's a location. They're in Queens. Are you sitting next to a police officer? No. Which one? I think that's them. Yeah. Yep, I see you. He's like, what do you need?
When he did issue that video and subsequent tweets, he still kept talking about how fraudulent the election was, lying about it, and that's why Twitter has locked his account for 12 hours.
Yeah, those are words that will not extinguish the flames, but will fan them, which is why Twitter evidently chose to lock the account and until he deletes those tweets. We have some news breaking out of the White House, has to do with the First Lady's press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who was at one time was the president's press secretary, resigning, Hallie, resigning over what transpired today in Washington. Tell us more.
Because of the violence here. Yes, Stephanie Grisham, who is actually the First Lady's chief of staff, basically the right-hand woman, if you will, to Melania Trump. And, of course, the former White House press secretary didn't hold briefings, but she held that position, leaving her job now because of the violence on the Hill. I'm going to read you her statement that is on the record now to our Monica Alba here on the White House team, saying, "It has been an honor to serve the country in the White House. I am very proud to have been a part of Mrs. Trump's mission to help children everywhere and proud of the many accomplishments of this administration." Savannah, there are those who will certainly say Ms. Grisham was going to be out of a job in 2 weeks anyway. And so consider the timing here. Yet it is absolutely undeniable that this is certainly the most drastic and significant action that we've seen from any member of President Trump's orbit. We've seen tweets. We've seen statements. we now are seeing a top official, and she is a top official, departing her position, resigning basically in protest because of the scene that we've seen unfolding. Go ahead, Savannah.
Well, Hallie, I mean, you mentioned tweets. We had the former communications director at the White House up until a couple of months ago, Alyssa Farah, saying on Twitter to MAGA Nation, Make America Great Again Nation, I'm one of you, but this is too much. It's too far.
Right.
The election wasn't stolen. I mean, you're talking to folks inside the White House. What are they saying? I mean, what is the mood of folks around the president?
Yes, Savannah, they're not happy about it. At least the folks I've been talking to and the folks that our team members are talking to. One source familiar with the president's activities, as we were having this conversation, said, there have been a lot of difficult days. There have been a lot of challenging days in Washington over the last 4 years. This is the toughest. And I think that encapsulates the sense of people inside the White House. And I think what you're seeing from Stephanie Grisham is an indication of that. Now, again, critics will argue this is hardly a profile in courage. She knows she no longer has a gig coming up on January 20th. That said, you have to remember who Stephanie Grisham is. Savannah, she is somebody who frankly, I knew from my days covering the Trump campaign back in the day. She was one of the, original people in the president's orbit. When she was the press secretary, she had access to the president. She traveled with him often. She is somebody who knows, everybody in the complex, is very familiar with the West Wing and the East Wing.
She's a street fighter, right? Right, Hallie? I mean, she was very loyal to the
That's
president.
That's her whole thing.
Yes.
Right. It would issue, and the First Lady, too, would issue these statements that were just sort of scathing, blasting, the media, very much a fierce defender of the people that she worked for. So for her to take this step, I think is certainly significant, despite, I think, some of the criticism that you'll see.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's go to political director, moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, I'd love to hear I know your ears to the ground. I'm sure you heard what Senator Merkley said. It sure sounded like conversations inside that Senate room where the senators are had been being held in lockdown, was centering around whether Republicans could come to a way for Republican senators to mount their objections but move on. It sure seemed like what Senator Merkley, who's a Democrat, was hearing from the Republican side was they're looking to wrap this up. What had initially been planned or expected has been changed dramatically in light of what we saw today.
Well, look, I talked to somebody who's pretty close to a couple of these senators that were in this group of ones that wanted to object. If you recall, it's up to about a dozen. And the appetite has disappeared among pretty much all of them, except what I can't get is a clear read on Josh Hawley, who, of course, was the leader of this, and Ted Cruz. But sort of everybody else involved, it's my understanding, they're for standing down. They're for looking for an escape hatch here, for realizing they know that they're in a bit over their skis, if you will. So, maybe there's a way that they can put the objection in the record. Savannah, you see that. I'll have the rest of my statement. I'll submit to the congressional record. Something like that. Perhaps there's something like that they can do that sort of allows people to record their piece instead of necessarily saying their piece. But it is my understanding that there is some work being done to try to figure out how to bring this to a quicker conclusion.
But Chuck, it's Lester here. Is there still fear, though, of the Trump base? That's what drove a lot of this opposition we saw today, because of the power of that base.
Right. Look, there is, and I think that's one of the issues, and it's perhaps one of the issues why I can't get a clear read on Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz here. And look, you could hear it. You spoke to Lester, Mark Wayne Mullen, and I think earlier he's a sort of a devoted pro-Trump member of Congress who's not even acknowledging that it was Trump people in the Capitol creating this violence. So, look, there is a disconnect still among many of these elected officials who are in denial that it was Trump people who did this. And so that barrier has to be there, and that gets at what you're talking about, Lester, which is this is still, many of these elected Republicans are just live in fear of a Trump tweet or this base, which is why you wonder here, if they don't hold him accountable in some way, whether it's what Andrea described, an impeachment without a trial, whether it is the 25th Amendment for the last 10 days here, whether it is simply a censure, having the president censured by Congress, not holding this moment accountable look, I mean, we've talked about, we have lived 5 years where we said, hey, at some point, if you don't stop with these words here, it's going to lead to this. It's going to lead to this.
Well, and
not having a guardrail on this one. God help us what message we're sending for the future.
Well, in literally the final 2 weeks, and this is it. It's kind of the time to speak up or forever hold your peace. We just got to actually,
Right.
to that end, a statement from James Mattis, the former defense secretary, who says, and it's quite blunt, I'll read part of it, today's violent assault on our Capitol, an effort to subjugate American democracy by mob rule, was fomented by Mr. Trump. His use of the presidency to destroy trust in our election and to poison our respect for fellow citizens has been enabled by pseudo-political leaders whose names will live in infamy as profiles in cowardice. It goes on, but this is striking, Chuck. James Mattis, a former military man, former defense secretary, generally speaking, has held his tongue, but not in this statement.
He has, and been criticized for it. Right? There's been many people, there have been a lot of people who have been tougher on the president than Secretary Mattis, than General Mattis. And look, he had his own reasons for it. He felt, being a four-star general, that he had to choose his words carefully. But this is a pretty powerful statement. And I can tell you, I know behind the scenes, whether it's General Mattis, whether it's people like General Milley, former Chief of Staff John Kelly, there is a lot of concern among that group about this president's fitness right now and temperament. That's the other question here. I mean, we have a temperament issue. He apparently is sort of not acknowledging the role of any of this here. This is a serious conversation that people in power need to be having with us.
You have to wonder if he will if he holds any more water with Mitch McConnell after that really impassioned speech he made before the riots broke out, when he was arguing against this opposition. At that moment, it was clear that he was setting the president to sail on his own.
No, there's no doubt. And at this point, though, given what happened today and the president's behavior and his response to it and his blame for it, how does any upstanding elected official on the Republican side of the aisle stand with this man anymore? And I do think in some ways, he actually, we just talked about this fear of Trump. I think this is a day that isn't, we've said, boy, this is the moment. And I'm always hesitating. Oh, this is the moment that everybody cuts Trump loose, or this is the moment that everybody figures out this guy's been selling a lot of malarkey. And so I hesitate to say this, but I think this is a sea change moment. And I just don't think the mainstream elected Republicans here, I think there isn't going to be comfort standing next to him anymore.
Well,
and so I wonder if the president is fully aware of that yet.
Well, Chuck, it is the final hour, as mentioned. And speaking of the hour, in about 12 minutes, 8 o'clock Eastern time, the United States Senate will reconvene. And we're told that Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, the majority leader, will be the first to address the chamber and address these remarkable events of today. And on any other day, the big story, Casey, would be the elections, the runoff elections in Georgia, which today were decided and have made the Democrats, the new two senators that are Democrats, will mean Democrats take control of the United States Senate. And so all of this tension is the backdrop of what has unfolded today.
That's right, Savannah. It is pretty incredible that this is the reality that we are facing here. And I will say, I think that the politics of that, when we got here this morning, NBC News had yet to call the Senate for Democrats, but it was widely expected that that was what was going to happen. And there was actually a pretty jovial mood among Democrats, and Republicans, I think, were chastened a bit and felt as though it was a clear rebuke of President Trump. And I think that sense has actually carried through the day in a way that is helping to explain some of what is playing out at the Capitol right now, because it's clear that as a country we are having a reckoning with what we have seen and witnessed, and I think we're all just beginning to kind of grapple with what has unfolded here today. But there is a truth that the country had rejected the politics of the last 4 years. Donald Trump lost the election. Joe Biden won the election. And we had just learned that Democrats, to the surprise of most people here, are going to take control of the Senate. Democrats are going to control all of the levers of power. And it takes a significant shift to go from an all-Republican government to one that is controlled by the opposite party. And so I think that's part of what you're seeing as Republicans are trying to decide, okay, how do we move forward here? It is clear that the country is sending us a message that we need to do something differently here from a political perspective. And now you have this incredibly stark illustration of just how dangerous it is if you allow misinformation to go unchecked, that the president is able to mobilize his supporters in this way, in a way that has threatened their safety, frankly, and also their ability to do their jobs and to govern and to perform the duties that they were elected to fulfill. So I think that's part of why you're seeing this determination. We're expecting Mitch McConnell now to speak on the Senate floor at 8 o'clock. You saw those electors, the boxes going back to the Senate chamber. Remember, that is officially what they came here to do today, to take those electors out of their envelopes, to read them out loud, and to declare Joe Biden the president-elect. So they're going to start up that business again in a show of force, I think, in the face of these protests in just a little while. Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News national security analyst Frank Figluzzi. Frank, good to have you on here. Things after several hours of the siege, when nothing seemed to be happening, these officers moved very quickly to retake, if you will, the Capitol, and now we see this session about to resume. What are your thoughts?
Well, my initial thoughts are that there were insufficient resources at first, so I'm glad to see the clearing and retaking of the Capitol. But I'm saddened that we are really watching a security failure that played out earlier. It's not an intelligence failure, because this should not have been a surprise to law enforcement. Those who monitor and track extremist groups, violent groups like Proud Boys and others, saw this coming, saw it about 2 weeks ago, even talked specifically of how to overwhelm the Capitol Police. So we've got a lot of questions tonight, Lester, about why this had to happen this way.
Is it clear to you or clear to anyone in law enforcement exactly how this played out in terms of, was this a splinter group and followers? No, I'm not sure that it really makes a difference ultimately, but the origins of this?
Social media played a huge role in organizing this and what played out today. So we're seeing elements of Proud Boys, particularly travel out of leadership of Proud Boys in Virginia. But travel and transportation was organized from throughout the eastern half of the United States and even more outlying areas. And then other groups joined on and exploited it. As you usually see in a type of crisis like this, people just exploited it for their own benefit. So we'll need to weed through this. There'll be a massive investigation of this. There's lots of video, lots of social media. People will meet serious federal consequences for what was done today.
Frank, it's Savannah. Can I ask you a question? You know, I'm looking at these images, people taking, barricades or chairs or whatever, literally breaking the windows of the United States Capitol, rushing the guards, going past the metal detectors. I mean, can security in and around the nation's capital and the president and our lawmakers ever really be the same again? I mean, there's this presumption, this big show of force, this mighty force. You could never get past it. You wouldn't even dare to try. And now, here today, this very thing has happened. And it just makes me wonder what has to happen now and what assumptions need to be reexamined in terms of, how we're securing the nation's capital. It's it's so different, but it does remind me of 9/11 in the sense of, when we looked back at it, we said it was a failure of imagination. We never really imagined that people would attempt that kind of attack. Did we imagine that, a big band of protesters would just roll right through and seemingly be able to do so?
Savannah, you've raised a question that really causes us to reflect on the past 4 years and so many of the premises and assumptions that we as a nation we've relied upon that have been wrong. And in the security realm, I think this day will serve as a place we'll point to in the future and say, that's when things changed about institutional security, about how we preserve democracy from a physical level as well as from a figurative level. And I think, sadly, I'm saddened to even be talking about this, but sadly, we are now moving forward into a place where we have to start considering whether we might someday end up with a permanent insurgency in our country, a permanent disenfranchised group prone to violence because they feel they're not part of the system. We've seen this play out in other nations, whether it's Colombia or Spain with Basque separatists, even in U.S. territory of Puerto Rico, where there's a separatist movement that in the past has been violent. We've got to ask ourselves whether it's time to wake up and realize that our security posture needs to be changed.
Yeah, but what does that mean? I mean, remember the fence jumping incidents at the White House years ago, and they kept making the fence higher and higher.
What about the party crashers at the White House? Remember that in the Obama administration?
Yeah, and which gets back to your point of everything seems super, super secure, and
is it an illusion of security, or is it security, Frank?
Well, let me tell you this. We have something in the security field in the government called a National Security Special Event. We designate the Super Bowl every year a National Security Special Event. That means the Secret Service takes over in terms of physical security. The FBI stages all kinds of response and detection. All intelligence resources are put toward it. We saw this coming. The intelligence community should have seen this coming. It was there. And we should have designated this a kind of national security special event and had those resources in place to battle and defeat what the intel was telling us was likely to happen. It's that kind of posture that I'm talking about moving forward.
All right, Frank Ficaluzzi, our national security analyst, thank you so much.
Let's go to Yasmin Vasugian outside the Capitol. Yasmin, as the members of Congress prepare to resume their session, what is it like outside? Are there any hangers-on, or have they totally cleared the area?
They haven't totally cleared the area, no. There's certainly some stragglers, some hanger-oners, or hangers-on at this point. And the police have basically created layers, like barriers. As I was talking to Savannah a little bit earlier, and you, Lester, as well, we were a lot closer to the Capitol than we are now. We've now made our way much further away from the Capitol. And the way in which they've set up these police barriers, if I could quickly take you through it, is there's about 3 police barriers, I believe, at this point. Here's one right in front of me. You see D.C. Metro Police lined up here. Beyond that, there's yet another police barrier a little ways down, I guess, 100 or 200 feet. I'm not great at math, but away from where I'm standing now. And then beyond that, there's yet another police barrier as well, where we were standing a few hours or so ago. And then there are those buses way far down, Miguel, if you could push it on those buses. And I was talking to a police officer over here asking, what are those buses here for? And that is for folks that are subject to arrest if, in fact, they're violating the curfew. Well, there are people out right now violating the curfew because the curfew is 6 p.m. No arrests at this point, it seems, have been made, but that could begin to happen if people do not disperse once and for all. Again, there are stragglers. At this point, there is nowhere near the numbers that we saw hours ago with the thousands upon thousands of folks that were lined up all the way up the Capitol steps into the building. There are hangers-on at this point, but they really want to make sure, especially with the joint session resuming inside of the Capitol soon, that all folks do disperse and abide by the mayor's curfew. So we're going to wait and see how things are changing. And as I've been saying, every time I speak with you guys, by the minute, things are continuing to change. But at this point, I'm confident in saying things are calm.
Yeah,
things are okay.
Certainly a lot more law enforcement out there than what we were witnessing earlier.
We're glad to hear it. And in about a minute from now, the United States Senate will reconvene after a day that will go down in history. Senator McConnell, the Republican leader, majority leader, is expected to speak first. And our reporters are saying he's already on the Senate floor. So that's about a minute away. And yet there is some suspense about how this all will unfold. There's still the business to be done of opening and certifying the electoral votes that were sent in by the states as is prescribed by the Constitution. In years past, this was a pro forma exercise, largely ceremonial, and we saw even those envelopes brought in a box that this morning had to be whisked away with members of Congress as protesters stormed the Capitol, stopped the United States government from operating for several hours until now. 8 o'clock Eastern, as we come to the top of the hour, we will join the Senate in progress as Senator McConnell takes the floor. But we'll hear what he has to say and see what happens in terms of, Lester, these proceedings that have to be done under our Constitution. We've got to certify the votes. Will the objections go on? Will they go on in the same form that they would have?
Will they consolidate them? Is one possibility to move things along. This is where I got on, by the way, this afternoon. We were covering what we thought was the counting of the votes. And very quickly, as they went down, they got to Arizona. And that was the first challenge, a member of the House, a member of the Senate, Ted Cruz. And that, of course, meant they could break up into these separate, back in their separate chambers. That's where they were when all this broke out today. So the House members were debating, the members of the Senate were debating, and presumably they had not finished with Arizona yet.
No, and I mean, it takes two to tango. So under these rules, under the Constitution, you need a member of the House and a member of the Senate to lodge an objection to one of the state's electoral votes. That happened today, as we saw. And so that process was beginning where there would be debate in each separate chamber. Now, what we're not sure about is when the Senate convenes, will they fast track it? Will they say, OK, we've debated this, and now let's just get back to counting the votes in a more perfunctory way, the kind of the way that had been done in years past. But at the same time, Andrea Mitchell reported that some Democrats are talking about, whether it be tonight or another night, passing articles of impeachment against the president on the basis of what transpired today. So, again, a lot of suspense about what will happen when business reconvenes here at the Capitol.
I think one telling thing today, and again, this is before the riots began, when the Senate began to argue the question, it was Mitch McConnell spoke first, and then Chuck Schumer. They found themselves on the same page because McConnell was making a very passionate plea that don't do this. This is threatening the republic. You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing your party, your country. Very emotional, almost sounding at points like he was on the verge of tears. So you wonder what conversations he has had this evening with other members of the Senate who maybe want to still go forward with these oppositions, that maybe he's been able to persuade them. That's what we're kind of waiting for.
Well, and remember, Senator McConnell, who has stood steadfastly by the president throughout this administration, had urged his colleagues late last year not to do this, to just go ahead and let this proceeding take place as it always had on January 6th. But Josh Hawley was the first, the senator from Missouri, to say, no, I'm going to object. And that led to more than a dozen senators following suit. And we saw several members of the House willing to do so as well. But Senator McConnell, you know, this was probably the most forceful statement we've ever seen him make against the president. That was before everything that transpired. And don't forget the political background here as well. The Democrats won both runoff elections in Georgia today, meaning that in a couple of days, it will be the Democrats who have the control over the United States Senate. It won't be Majority Leader Mitch McConnell anymore. It'll be Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
This is going to day we are going to remember for a lot of reasons, a lot of news made. I want to go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, we are standing by for the session to resume. What do we know?
That's right, Lester. We know that we expect Mitch McConnell to speak on the Senate floor at 8 o'clock. And we can tell you in the conversations we've been having over the last hour or so, the will, and as you and Savannah have been discussing, the will to proceed with this the way we originally anticipated they would, with objection after objection, hour after hour of debate dragging into tonight and perhaps tomorrow, the will to do that seems to be gone, or at least going. And it obviously will take the agreement of every person in the Senate in order to cut this process short, because any single senator could decide to sign on to another objection and continue this process. But we know that McConnell has been part of these conversations urging an end to this. And I think everyone who has watched these events unfold today has been deeply shaken. And that reality is driving the decision making here. I mean, this is a much different conversation now than it was this morning when we all walked in here and we expected Republicans to be willing to put on a spectacle for President Trump, but we did not expect consequences of the likes that we saw today play out here at the Capitol. So remember, it's likely the House will also have to convene in order to dispense with the process that they have already started. So you'll remember we saw this morning, they convened in the joint session and then they separated into the House and the Senate. So we're in uncharted territory, but in theory, the process would be such that each chamber would have to finish up their debate. So the Senate could decide, okay, we're done talking about it. We're gonna put a pin in this. We're gonna be done. We think we've seen enough. That said, there does seem to be more willingness in the House to continue to object, and the House also has the up to 2 hours of debate as part of this. So we're going to need to see what the House does. However, the Senate can put a stop to it after that, after each chamber votes and they get back together to go through the alphabet. Remember, we got as far as Arizona. To go to the next states, you would still, at that point, need a House member and a senator to sign a written objection to drag this out. So if all the senators decide, okay, we're done with this, we want to put this episode behind us, they can make the decision at that point. But we still have some process twists and turns here tonight. The good news, of course, the Capitol on its way, it has been secured, and we are on the way to seeing business resume on the floor of the House and the Senate after they were invaded. One word that I keep hearing, especially it sticks out to me when Republicans have used it, and we've heard a couple of them do it, former President George W. Bush, Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, they've called what they saw happen here today an insurrection. And I think that's something that captures, it's well beyond calling these protests. I think there is an increasing acknowledgement from Republicans that they need to start to name this because, frankly, not having done it earlier has been part of what led us here today. Lester. And
we understand that Vice President-elect Harris is arriving on Capitol Hill, will currently be in the Senate chamber as they continue their business.
Yes, the Vice President-elect was here earlier today as well, and we of course were very focused on, and her whereabouts were one of those that we were asking about. Here's the Vice President.
Let's go to the Senate floor.
Swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
On the state of the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated, its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. the final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next. They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on. He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today, and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means. The peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want what happened today. They want to do the right thing. And they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President, I know that this room is full of leaders of both
As we
parties
continue to watch these
who love
proceedings
this
unfold on
country,
the Senate,
and many
something
believe that
quite
for
momentous has
America
just
to
happened, and I want to bring in our Capitol Hill correspondent Casey Hunt to help us go through it. First of all, we heard the statements of the Vice President, the leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, and the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer. But James Lankford, who is the Republican from Oklahoma, Casey, as I understand it, was the last senator who, before all of this happened, was in the process of objecting to the electoral votes. And what I just heard was him saying we are no longer pursuing that path as Republicans, and that we will certify the Electoral College votes tonight and confirm Joe Biden's victory. Is that what you heard? And in particular, Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley, who had been leading the charge for this, would it be your understanding that if Senator Lankford said that they too have, in a sense, laid down those objections and we are headed to certification tonight?
Savannah, I think we still have a couple of questions to answer before I'm able to say definitively yes to your question. But what I can say is that I heard what you heard in Lankford's statement. That was a remarkable insistence that what we saw today is not what Americans wanted to see. It does not reflect what Lankford and perhaps the group that he was a part of also didn't want to reflect in what they were attempting to accomplish here with these objections. So Lankford was part of this group that was led by Ted Cruz, and Cruz, of course, was the one who was applauded this morning on the House floor when he went and objected to those Arizona electors. We had been surprised when this release initially came out to see James Lankford's name on there. He is up for re-election in 2022, which was part of what we thought perhaps explained it. He was concerned about a primary from a Donald Trump supporter in the deep red state of Oklahoma. But he has built a reputation here on the Hill as someone who, while conservative, was pretty sober-minded, willing to criticize President Trump, especially in the places where they diverged on moral questions. Langford is a pastor by background. He's a person of faith who always said that many of Donald Trump's actions in his personal life didn't line up with Langford's own faith, which is not something that everyone was always willing to say. He also held a seat on the Intelligence Committee, was considered somebody who was serious about attempting to govern, even in this age we've been living through, this age of Trump. So we were surprised to see him sign on to this, but I think it reflected the political reality that they felt they were operating under. And in some ways it makes sense that he would be the person that would come down and say, hey, what we saw here is not what we meant to do.
Now, Casey, if he in fact speaks for the other senators who were going to oppose, the members of the House can't oppose without a senator agreeing with, so that would short circuit the entire process.
That's right, Lester. So if none of these members are willing to, and I think we should emphasize, we're trying to do this reporting because there are quite a few senators who said previously they were willing to, and we've been trying as hard as we can to talk to all of them, because any one of them could change the reality here. That's part of why I'm being so careful. But I think we can say and underscore that the mood, the imperatives around this are completely changed. The push inside the Senate right now, and I use the word Senate to include everyone in both parties, Republican and Democrat, is that what we saw today is unacceptable, and it has fundamentally changed the way they want to proceed here. That is not to say that there may not be a single senator who could change what we actually see unfold tonight, but your point is the correct one, which is that if this holds, and if this new emerging sense is what takes root here, then we will see this process end after this Arizona objection, because it would take a senator being willing to sign their name to the piece of paper, object to additional states, to drag this out for hours and hours into the night.
We'll see how this plays out then. Thanks, Casey.
The mood and the momentum has certainly shifted directions dramatically in the wake of dramatic events, unprecedented events at the Capitol. We heard the Vice President, Mike Pence, take the Senate floor and gavel in the chamber once again, saying that you do not win. Violence never wins, he says to the people who stormed the House today. And he said, this is still the people's House. But notably, as I go to Kristen Welker at the White House, Vice President Pence did not mention Donald Trump at all, not by name, not by reference, not at all. This was extraordinary, particularly for him. He has been so loyal.
Savannah, we are witnessing what is really a striking break between Vice President Mike Pence and President Donald Trump. We saw it start to unfold this morning when Vice President Pence made it very clear through a statement that he released prior to these proceedings getting underway that, based on his reading of the Constitution, his only role here is to read the Electoral College votes as they are counted, and then to announce the ultimate winner, which will be Joe Biden, of course. And he released this tweet through a spokesperson just before these latest proceedings got underway, essentially saying Vice President Mike Pence has returned to the Senate. He never left the Capitol. VP was in regular contact with House and Senate leadership, Capitol Hill Police, DOJ, and DOD to facilitate efforts to secure the Capitol and reconvene Congress. He never mentions President Trump in that statement. So it's really remarkable, Savannah, and we almost never hear from the vice president without hearing him first talk about President Trump. So President Trump earlier today, just to think about how all of this began and how this day first got underway, was addressing throngs of supporters here in the nation's capital when he really slammed and pressured the vice president to take action that he doesn't have the authority to take, to try to block the results. And that is a pressure campaign that he has been waging for days now, both publicly and privately. And it's our understanding, based on reports, that Pence has made it quite clear to him privately that he doesn't have the authority to take the type of actions that the president wants him to take. The president, of course, through his remarks earlier today, through his series of tweets, has reiterated his false claims of widespread voter fraud. And that is something that, remarkably, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell knocked down earlier today when those initial proceedings first began. So we're seeing this break with some of the president's most loyal supporters. And the president, he's increasingly isolated. Here we have a top official with the First Lady's office resigning, and rumblings that we could see more people out the door as they are increasingly frustrated that the president hasn't been more forceful in his statements today, Savannah.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's go to Chuck Todd, political director, moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, I'm sure you've been doing reporting as well. We saw Senator Langford essentially say it's over as far as he's concerned. These objections that were going to be raised to the Electoral College vote, he was not going to see them any further, and that the Senate would vote to certify tonight. It left that open question whether there was buy-in from all Republicans in the Senate, most notably Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz, who were the ringleaders of this effort. What do you hear?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you recall, we had this discussion, and I said, I've basically heard from everybody except those two. And I think that it sounds like that's what Casey's running into here. I think those two in particular haven't decided what to do. But, you know, Rand Paul had told another reporter about a half hour ago that it was his understanding that this was going to come to a fairly quick conclusion. And he thought that maybe 30 to 40 minutes of debate, and that's it. So the fact is, it does feel as if this is, again, this is a plane. They're trying to land this plane. They're trying to do it sooner. But look, until we hear from Hawley and Cruz, I think we're all waiting to see if Langford is speaking for all or just himself.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if January 20th can't come soon enough now for Republicans after this day.
Oh, I think you're 100% right. I mean, you know, it's funny, when this day began, we began asking ourselves, okay, there's a real divide in the party, and Senate Republicans are trying to pick a side. Are you in the Trump wing, or are you in the non-Trump wing? There's a lot of people who don't want to be associated with the Trump wing today and tonight. Now, is that a tonight phenomenon, or is this the beginning of a true sort of massive mainstream Republican shift away from Donald Trump? Again, we've been here before. You know, whether it was I remember the first time when a lot of people thought this is it for Donald Trump, the politician. It's when he attacked John McCain. So, you know, he has enough popularity, and those guys have enough political ambition. Some of those, particularly those House Republicans, that I don't know if there will be this as clean of a break, perhaps, as some of the leadership of the Republican Party would like. But this does sort of make him harder to be a part of the mainstream of the GOP, at least the establishment wing of the GOP.
What did you make of Vice President Pence not mentioning the president in his remarks? As Savannah pointed out, that's normally one of the things he immediately does.
You know, it usually, I mean, it's the second sentence, and, you know, and I know I speak for the president, right? He almost says it that way, and the fact that he didn't. Look, he's looking for, you know, he made his separation comment today. He announced what he was going to do, and there's some indication that it was that moment that sort of President Trump lost his mind on this in some form, and then went out there and started, you know, railing during that speech and never really stopped talking. Look, it's a moment that now leads you to wonder. If there is, you know, there's impeachment and there's the 25th Amendment. You know, there's quite a few people who are worried that the current president of the United States is too erratic to handle the next 13 days. You wonder if the 25th Amendment has gone through the mind of Vice President Pence. The fact that he didn't utter his name once certainly says something.
Yeah, so to remind folks where we are, this has been a day like a play with many acts. It started out as a day in which the members of the House and Senate would meet in a joint session to basically formally count the electoral votes. They'd already been certified by the various states. As expected, Republicans objected. Their first objection happened to be with the state of Arizona, where Biden narrowly won. And at that point, as prescribed by the Constitution, they had to then split into their separate chambers to debate for up to 2 hours. So what's happening right now is that first debate, that first 2-hour debate, which had been underway. I don't have a clock on it where they were, but basically they have picked up that debate on Arizona alone. And as we've been watching, trying to determine if Republican senators now have all in lockstep decided to maybe take a pass on this or not, that is something we're going to have to watch play out.
Absolutely. And if Chuck's still with us, I thought it was to watch what's happened with Mitch McConnell over these last few weeks. He was reelected. He had the 2 Georgia runoffs that would determine whether or not he would stay as the leader of the Republican Party, as the leader of the Senate. Those were decided. The Democrats took those. That happened this morning. Then this vote comes on. We saw a speech from Mitch McConnell, the likes of which we had not seen before, Chuck, where he really broke with the president in a dramatic way, and then tonight taking the podium and saying that they would not be intimidated and that the work of the Senate would go on, and that they would not in any way not discharge their duties. He said, "We will be back at our post." Talk about what Mitch McConnell's calculations are at this hour.
Well, I will say this. Do not underestimate the long-term anger Mitch McConnell will and always have, I think, for Donald Trump. Because, I was talking to somebody fairly close to him in the last couple of days, and they were telling me he was looking forward. He was, in a weird way, he was looking forward to President Biden and being a Senate Republican leader with Biden, because it gave him, he was the leader of the party, and he's still going to be a leader of the party even in the minority. He's still going to be an extraordinarily powerful congressional leader, and still the person Joe Biden might have to go through every now and then to get deals done. But here was somebody that was going to be president who respected the institution of the Senate. So there was, McConnell was sort of almost looking forward to everything that he was doing. And then he lost, and it's all on Trump. I mean, those Georgia Senate races are, Donald Trump created the conditions to make it much harder for those Republicans to win. There's other tactical mistakes. I think the 2 Republican candidates, I think David Perdue made a huge mistake joining himself at the hip and them running as a pair. She had a lot more baggage that she was carrying around than Perdue was. But no, I think it's a very bitter and angry Mitch McConnell at Donald Trump. Because there's a bit of, I told you so. Everybody, including in McConnell's orbit, knew Trump was eventually a ticking time bomb for the Republican Party, and they were just hoping they could get to January 20th before the bomb went off. And I think, sadly, we didn't quite make it.
Chuck, we want to go right now to Garrett Hake on Capitol Hill. Garrett, we've seen the Senate in session. What's happening with the House?
The House is still getting the chamber back into working order, Lester. We might not see them return to session until closer to 9 o'clock tonight. Remember, there was, we know much more of the rioters in the actual House chamber earlier today than what we saw on the Senate side. So they're just trying to get their act together a little bit to get things going here again. The irony, though, here is once we resume, this may end up being a shorter night overall than what we had expected before things turned so violent earlier today. The spirit seems to have gone out of the pro-Trump objectors, at least on the Senate side. You already mentioned James Lankford a little while ago and the comments he made seeming to back away from his objections. Steve Daines, a senator from Montana, another one of those who had been planning to object to some of these states, put out a statement saying, the time has come to recognize that Joe Biden's the guy, that he's not going to vote anymore to object. And other than Hawley and Cruz, who you've both been mentioning, we're starting to see this kind of acquiescence to reality taking hold here. Saw strong statements from senators like Tom Cotton, who's a big Trump ally, saying it's time for the president to move on and accept reality. Kevin Cramer, another Trump ally, apparently pressing some of these other senators very hard to kind of get with the program here. I think the desire to fight this thing out into the wee hours in a losing cause, maybe going out of the Senate chamber at least. The House may be another story once they gather, but it takes objections from both chambers to start a special session like this with these 2 hours of debate.
All right, Garrett, we're watching the debate underway right now in the U.S. Senate chambers, where they did get back in just about a half hour ago. and have resumed.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of suspense because we did hear the Republican senator from Oklahoma, James Langford, say he's done with his objections, that they're going to vote. He's willing to vote to certify the electoral victory of Joe Biden tonight. The suspense is Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, who had been leading this charge, what they will do and whether this ends sooner or later. But it will end with the certification of Joe Biden. Let's dip back in, listen to some of the debate that's going on Capitol Hill.
Once
this
again,
is Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado, a Democrat.
Is a nation of laws and not of men. And the only result that we can reach together is one that rejects the claim of the senator from Texas and the other members of the House and Senate who seek to overturn the decisions that are made by the states, by the voters in the states, and by the courts. If we follow what they have proposed, we will be the ones that will have disenfranchised every single person who cast a vote in this election, whether they voted for the president or they didn't. I urge you to reject this, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to serve with every single one of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Georgia, Senator Loeffler.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to object to the certification of the electoral votes. However, the events that have transpired today have forced me to reconsider, and I cannot now in good conscience object to the certification of these electors. The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my objection was intended to protect, the sanctity of the American democratic process. And I thank law enforcement for keeping us safe. I believe that there were last-minute changes to the November 2020 election process and serious irregularities that resulted in too many Americans losing confidence not only in the integrity of our elections, but in the power of the ballot as a tool of democracy. Too many Americans are frustrated at what they see as an unfair system. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for the events that took place in these chambers today, and I pray that America never suffers such a dark day again. Though the fate of this vote is clear, the future of the American people's faith in the core institution of this democracy remains uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring every American's faith that their voice and their vote matters. America is a divided country with serious differences, but it is still the greatest country on earth. There can be no disagreement that upholding democracy is the only path to preserving our republic. I yield the floor.
Interesting moment there. That is Senator Kelly Loeffler of Georgia, who essentially lost her job, defeated last night in one of the Georgia special elections, and she, the second senator who was going to stand in opposition, has now said she is going to drop her opposition to the counting of the electoral ballots. Let's go back to Chuck Todd on that. Chuck, does it appear now the Republicans are going to go in lockstep on this?
You can. Boy, it sure looks like it, and it looks like that what the plan seems to be is let the senators that had gone on the record to challenge go on the record to back down and at least try to save some face here. I mean, that was clearly an attempt to save a little face there by Senator Loeffler. You heard the same thing by Senator Langford as well. Look, this is, in some ways, we talked earlier about Mitch McConnell. The surprising thing about what happened over the last 72 hours was this was one of the rare times where Mitch McConnell lost control of the Republican conference. And Hawley and Cruz, and 2024, whatever it is that is intoxicating those two gentlemen, seemed to totally grip them, and a bunch of others. And then you had the 2032 primary fears that others had, and it suddenly started to grow. McConnell lost control. I do think this feels like Mitch McConnell might have regained control of his Republican conference again if we're about to see. It almost feels as if it's almost a march of the Republicans who are going to go to the podium and kind of sort of apologize and pull back.
Yeah, we will see now how this plays out.
And we'll continue to watch it. Now we see Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, Democrat, addressing the chamber. Let's go to, do we have Kristen Welker at the White House? It'd be interesting to see what she's hearing behind the scenes from staff, from folks inside that building, no doubt watching what's unfolded as we see the Republican opposition start to fold one by one by one. But we await, of course, what will be the decision of Senators Hawley and Cruz to see if this objection, if this whole strategy goes down to defeat or whether it will be extended a bit longer.
Well, Savannah, I can tell you it is pretty quiet here at the White House after what has been a day of trying to pressure President Trump to come out and deliver a more forceful message than the one he gave, calling back those who were gathering and storming Capitol Hill. So what we are waiting and watching for is what the reaction will be. But I can tell you what is happening is that we are seeing an increasing number of the president's own allies start to break with him, not only Vice President Mike Pence, which we just discussed a little bit earlier, but we are seeing those within these walls express frustration with the way he handled it. Again, top advisor to the First Lady, Stephanie Grisham, resigning. And then we are getting really what is public pressure on President Trump. The Washington Post, in a remarkable op-ed, Savannah and Lester, calling on President Trump to be removed and saying, quote, the responsibility for this act of sedition lies squarely with the president, who has shown that his continued tenure in office poses a grave threat to U.S. democracy. He should be removed. That was the Washington Post. Let me read you a statement that we just got from former President Barack Obama just a short time ago, who writes, history will rightly remember today's violence at the Capitol, incited by a sitting president who has continued to baselessly lie about the outcome of lawful election as a moment of great dishonor and shame for our nation. But we'd be kidding ourselves if we treated it as a total surprise. Now, the president and some of his allies would say, look, these are the actions of individuals. They bear responsibility. One thing is certain, though, Savannah, I can tell you that I've been talking to officials in the days leading up to this moment, and they have said, look, we know what the outcome of this is going to be. Our challenge is getting the president to accept that. And that still seems to be the challenge as pressure mounts on President Trump to send a very different message to his supporters. Savannah.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. And we just learned that in about 15 minutes, the United States House will reconvene and start its business, and we will continue to watch that. As we await and we watch.
I pray that we remember a Georgian. And his words, all I can say is, we must in spirit join together like those Georgians on a bridge called the Edmund Pettus, who joined hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called outrageous epithets when they sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. Vice President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy. Colleagues, today has been ugly. And when I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together. 1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way. John Adams loses to Thomas Jefferson, and Adams willingly leaves the executive mansion and moves back to Massachusetts, and Jefferson peacefully assumes power. And people all over Europe said, that must be fake news. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power. And yet Adams, in defeat, did something glorious to give all of us a gift. I wanted to celebrate that, and it feels a little bit harder now. This building has been desecrated. Blood has been spilled in the hallways. I was with octogenarian members of this chamber that needed to have troops and police stabilize them to get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them. It was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that when something's ugly, talking about beauty isn't just permissible. Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty after the ugliness of today? Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is. What happened today isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election. If the vice president wasn't the chair and if the president pro tem was, I'd have made some joke that Chuck Grassley has voted in 2/3 of those 59 presidential elections. He's laughing. It's not as good as Hit Dear, Dear Dead, but it's still got a Grassley laugh. I don't think we want to tell the Americans that come after us that this republic is broken, that this is just a banana republic, that our institutions can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. We don't want that in our hometowns. I don't think we want to tell our kids that America's best days are behind us, because it's not true. That's not who we are. America isn't Hatfield's and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's a lot that's broken in this country, but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations of our forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors, have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written. Most governments in the past have said might makes right, and we saw some of that Thuligan nuttery today. Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, and government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some governmental tasks, and we all in this body could do better at those governmental tasks, but the heart of America is not government. The center of America is not Washington, D.C. The center of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors. You can't do big things together as Americans if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your drug dealers. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win. Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely, no one tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor, shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
Democratic leader.
Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In March of 1861, a Springfield lawyer caught a train to Washington. His name was Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't his first trip here. He'd served as congressman 15 years before, and he returned in the beginning of the Civil War to serve as president. It was a different place than he knew it as congressman. In 15 years, it had changed a lot. The Spriggs boarding house across the street, which is now the Library of Congress, was gone. And this building was changing. Big changes. They're building a dome on the Capitol. But they were also in the earliest days of a war, and President Lincoln was counseled, stop building the dome. It costs too much money, and we can't spend any more time on it. And he said, no, we're going to build that dome and we're going to finish it. That dome and this building will be a symbol of this country that will survive this Civil War and come back strong. So they built the dome, they won the war, and since those days, that dome and this building have been a symbol to this country, a symbol of unity and of hope. Tourists come through here before COVID-19 by the tens of thousands. And if you've ever noticed their tours, they're often shushed. People are saying, show some respect for this building. We know this building in the rotunda as a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties lie in state, and we go there to honor them. We know this building because we work here. We enact laws here that change America. We gather for State of the Union messages from presidents and honor the people in the gallery. This is a special place. This is a sacred place. But this sacred place was desecrated by a mob today on our watch. This temple to democracy was defiled by thugs who roamed the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures, those who were roaming around this chamber. What brought this on? Did this mob spring spontaneously from America? No. This mob was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason, because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day. He wanted this mob to disrupt the constitutional process which we are part of. This mob was inspired by a president who cannot accept defeat. If you wonder whether I'm going too far in what I say, just read the transcript with the Secretary of State from Georgia and listen to this president's wild conspiracy theories, one after the other, swatted down by that Republican elected official and his attorney as having no basis in fact. This president begs, he coaxes, he even threatens that Secretary of State to find the votes he needs. In any other venue, that would be a simple, obvious crime. The lengths he will go to are obvious. The Texas senator says to us, well, many people still agree with him, you know, when it gets down to the bottom line. Many people have fallen for this presidential position that it must have been a rigged election if I lost. Well, I would say that after we've lost count, 57 lawsuits, 62 lawsuits, I've heard so many numbers, after 90 different judges, after this president took his case, the best he could put together, to the highest court in the land across the street, where he had personally chosen 3 justices on the Supreme Court, I say to the senator from Texas, you know much more about that court than I do. I don't believe they let that paper that he sent up there even hit the desk before they laughed it out of the court. And that's the best he had to offer. No evidence whatsoever of this rigged election and this fraudulence. The senator from Texas says, we just want to create a little commission. 10 days, we're going to audit all the states, particularly the ones in contention here, and find out what actually occurred. And it really draws its parallel in 1876, Hayes and Tilden. Don't forget what that commission, that so-called political compromise, achieved. It was not just some ordinary governmental commission. It was a commission that killed Reconstruction, that established Jim Crow, that even after a civil war which tore this nation apart, it re-enslaved African Americans. And it was a commission that invited the voter suppression we are still fighting today in America. Let me close by saying this. The vote we're going to have here is a clear choice of whether we are going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people. We saw that beast today roaming the halls. Let's not invite it back.
Majority Leader.
President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of speech and the freedom to protest are provided in our Constitution. And while I share the same frustrations many Americans have over the presidential election, the violence and mob rule which occurred at the U.S. Capitol today and across the country over the past year are unacceptable, and I condemn them at the highest level. And like all of us in the chamber, I'm thankful for the heroic law enforcement officers who worked feverishly to restore order so that we get back to the electoral certification process. During my 29-year career as an obstetrician and gynecologist, too often I had to sit down with patients and give them a very bad diagnosis. It might have been a young mother of 3 who I delivered all 3 of her babies, now with metastatic breast cancer, or perhaps another woman with advanced cervical or ovarian cancer, all with a very challenging prognosis. But before I sat down with each one of those patients, I carefully reviewed all their labs, their x-rays, and their pathology to make sure I had the facts straight. But at the end of the day, my final recommendation was always going to be a recommendation from my heart. I want my fellow Kansans and all Americans to know that I've given as much consideration and thought surrounding the issue objecting to a state's electoral college votes as I did considering the treatment plan for a serious health concern. And today's decision, once again, is from my heart. Mr. President, I rise today to restore integrity to our republic. And I rise to join the many of our colleagues who are all concerned for current and future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed patriotic duties, voting. There is no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise to undo a state's legally obtained electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the electoral college. This is why I urge the formation of an electoral commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations that states can make to make our elections once again safe, free, and fair after a year of jarring irregularities. We must and will have a peaceful transition to power. To all my fellow Americans, I have no doubt that our republic can grow stronger through this difficult day. May God bless this great republic. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Democratic Leader.
Senator Duckworth.
Senator from Illinois.
President, in 2004, I packed up my rucksack, laced up my boots, and deployed to Iraq, ready to sacrifice whatever was asked of me, all because I loved this nation, willing to sacrifice my life if needed. Because I believe in the sanctity of our electoral system, which had declared George W. Bush my commander-in-chief. I earned my wounds, proudly fighting in a war I did not support, on the orders of a president I did not vote for, because I believed in, and I still do believe in, the values of our nation, because I believe in a government of, by, and for the people, where voters choose who leads them, not the other way around. I have spent my entire adult life defending our democracy, but I never thought it would be necessary to defend it from an attempted violent overthrow in our nation's own Capitol building. Well, I refuse to let anyone intent on instigating chaos or inciting violence deter me from carrying out my constitutional duties. You know, when my Army buddies and I raised our right hands, when the 45,000 troops in Arizona raised their right hands and swore to protect and defend the Constitution, we did not qualify our oath by saying that we'd follow orders only when the commander-in-chief was someone whose election we were happy with. Just like when every senator in this chamber was sworn into office, we didn't mutter under our breath that we discharge our duties only when it served our political interests or helped us to avoid the wrath of a petty, insecure, wannabe tin pot dictator on the precipice of losing power and relevance. No, there is no ambiguity here. Joe Biden won the election with a record number of votes. Republican officials nationwide confirmed those results, including in Arizona, as has judge after Trump-appointed judge. Even Trump's Attorney General admitted that the United States Department of Justice had not found widespread fraud that would have affected the outcome. Yet still, many of my Republican colleagues are asking us to ignore all of that. With no evidence of their own, they're asking us to ignore court rulings, ignore Republican election officials, and even worse, ignore the will of the people across this vast, great nation. By trying to overturn this election, they are placing more trust in Reddit conspiracy theories over the Constitution, proving that appeasing Trump is more important to them than protecting the most basic tenet of our republic, the adherence to free and fair elections. There's one thing I know, it's that my troops didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away only to watch it crumble in these hallowed halls here at home. Yet that is what this effort amounts to, an attempt to subvert our democracy, and in the process, it is threatening what makes America American. Because in this country, the power of the people has always mattered more than the people in power. That is the ideal that this nation was founded upon. That is why a few patriots threw some tea in Boston Harbor, why Washington crossed the Delaware, why suffragists were arrested a century ago, and why my friend John Lewis crossed that bridge in Selma in 1965. It is why millions spent a Tuesday in November standing in line, braving a pandemic to make their voices heard. Listen, this administration has always had an adversarial relationship with the truth. Trump always cries conspiracy, always foments chaos whenever something doesn't go his way. But today, we here in this chamber have the opportunity to prove that here in this country, truth matters, that right matters, that the will of the people matters more than the whims of any single powerful individual. I have no tea to throw in Boston Harbor tonight, and I regret that I have no rucksack to pack for my country, no Black Hawk to pilot, nor am I asking for any grand gesture from my Republican colleagues. All that I'm asking of you is to reflect on the oaths that you have sworn, on the damage done to our union today, and on the sacrifices made by those who've given so much to this nation. From the service members at Fort Huachuca and Marine Corps Air Station Yuma to the marchers who bent America's moral arc a bit more towards justice with every single step that they took, every bridge that they crossed, then ask yourself, whether the democracy they were willing to bleed for, the country that each of us in this chamber has sworn to defend, is worth damaging in order to protect the porcelain ego of a man who treats the Constitution as if it were little more than a yellowing piece of paper? I think we all know the right answer.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kentucky, Senator Paul.
Senator from Kentucky.
I wrote a speech for today. I was planning to say that I fear the chaos of establishing a precedent that Congress can overturn elections. Boy, was I right. Chaos, anarchy. The violence today was wrong and un-American. The vote we are about to cast is incredibly important. Now more than ever, the question is, should Congress override the certified results from the states and nullify the states' rights to conduct elections? The vote today is not a protest. The vote today is literally to overturn elections. We've been told that this is a protest. Well, this is about an electoral commission. No, it's not. It's about whether to seat the electors that have been certified by a state. It's not about an electoral commission. It's not about a protest. You can go outside if you want to protest. This is about overturning a state-certified election. If you vote to overturn these elections, wouldn't it be the opposite of what states' rights Republicans have always advocated for? This would doom the Electoral College forever. It was never intended by our founders that Congress have the power to overturn state-certified elections. My oath to the Constitution doesn't allow me to disobey the law. I can't vote to overturn the verdict of states. Such a vote would be to overturn everything held dear by those of us who support the rights of states in this great system of federalism that was bequeathed to us by our founders. The Electoral College was created to devolve the power of selecting presidential electors to the states. The Electoral College is, without question, an inseparable friend to those who believe that every American across our vast country deserves to be heard. If Congress were to give the power to overturn the state's election, what terrible chaos would ensue every 4 years? Imagine the furor against the Electoral College if Congress becomes a forum to overturn states' Electoral College slates. It's one thing to be angry. It's another to focus one's anger in constructive ways. That hasn't happened today, to say the least. We simply cannot destroy the Constitution, our laws, and the Electoral College in the process. I hope as the nation's anger cools, we can channel that energy into essential electoral reforms at the state level. America's admired around the world for our free elections. We absolutely must fix this mess and restore confidence and integrity to our elections. We must.
Democratic Leader.
Senator from Virginia, Senator Warner.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I think like most of us, I'm still pretty reeling from what happened today. What I was going to talk about was the work, some of the work that I'm most proud of since I've been here, with my good friend Richard Burr and all of the members of the Intelligence Committee, about a multi-year report we did into foreign interference in our elections. Probably our top recommendation of that 5-volume bipartisan report was that any official or candidate should use restraint and caution when questioning results of our elections. Because when you do so, you often carry out the goals of our foreign adversaries. Use caution because whether knowingly or unknowingly, and whether that adversary is in Russia or China or Iran, their goals are pretty simple. They want to make it appear to Americans, to folks around the world, to their own people, that there's nothing special about American democracy. I was going to try in a feeble way to maybe reach some of the rhetorical heights of Ben Sass, and I knew I couldn't do that. So instead, I know I'm violating rules here. Today's the day for violating rules. This is a photo that appears today on one of the most prominent German newspapers. You don't need to draw up it. You can draw up photos from any newspaper or any television feed anywhere across the world. And what is this photo of? It's of thugs. Thugs in the halls of this Capitol, diminishing everything we say we believe in this democracy. And when you look at those images, realize those images are priceless for our adversaries. God willing, tonight, in an overwhelming way, we're going to take a small step in a bipartisan way to start restoring that trust of our people and hopefully the billions of people around the world who believe in that notion of American democracy. Remember, these images will still endure. I yield back.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Missouri, Senator Hawley.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, thank you. I want to begin this evening by saying thank you to the men and women of the Capitol Hill Police, the armed, the National Guardsmen, the Metropolitan Police, and others who came to this Capitol, who put their lives on the line to protect everyone here working inside of it. And I want to thank law enforcement all across this country, in my home state of Missouri and everywhere else, who do that day in and day out. And I just want to acknowledge that when it comes to violence, this has been a terrible year in America this last year. We've seen a lot of violence against law enforcement, and today we saw it here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something better. Our Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for. Our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence, not by appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process. And so to those who say that this is just a formality today, an antique ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital, because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting, and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
I rise tonight to defend the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to defend the more than 6.9 million voters who voted in this election, and to condemn in the strongest possible terms this attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania based upon a lie, a falsehood. That same lie sowed the seeds of today's violence and today's lawlessness here in the Capitol. One of my constituents, Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We cannot allow anybody to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania. This would be the ultimate destruction of our democracy," unquote. Susan had it right. We cannot allow anybody, and she put that word in all caps, to overturn the legal votes of the people of our state. Let me address the allegation regarding the Pennsylvania Constitution and the General Assembly. Somehow that the General Assembly didn't have the authority to enact no-excuse mail-in voting, that process for the people of our state. First, the law in question, Act 77, was passed in 2019 and was implemented without any serious question as to its constitutionality. The law was passed by a Republican-controlled General Assembly, House and Senate. It was only after the 2020 election, when it became clear that President-elect Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by a little more than 80,000 votes, did some Republican politicians in our state decide to challenge the constitutionality of the law. Second, Act 77 is plainly constitutional. My colleagues allege that the state constitution requires in-person voting except under limited circumstances. This is not true. While Pennsylvania lays out specific situations in which absentee voting is required, there is no in-person requirement in our state's constitution. The Constitution set a floor, not a ceiling, for this type of voting. Second, apart from the argument made by my colleague, there's bipartisan agreement across our state, at the local, state, and federal level, that our election was fair, secure, and lawful. On Monday, my colleague from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey, wrote in an op-ed, and I'm quoting, "The evidence is overwhelming that Joe Biden won this election," unquote. There's simply no evidence to justify the outrageous claims of widespread voter fraud or election irregularities suggested by those seeking to overturn the election. 60 cases, court after court, all throughout our state and throughout the country, including the Supreme Court, dealing with this bizarre argument that we know is based upon that lie. In one court, the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, Judge Bibas, appointed by President Trump. He said, quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit," unquote. The United States, he said, has free and fair elections, which are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here, unquote. So said Judge Bibas. Finally, Mr. President, a word about those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across our state, Republicans and Democrats, from red counties and blue counties, they did their jobs. They are patriots. And these objections are an attack on these Pennsylvania public servants. I'll give you one example. Republican Commissioner Al Schmidt, I should say, of Philadelphia. He wrote, and I said, and he wrote, as I will quote as follows, quote, "There really should not be a disagreement, regardless of party affiliation, when we're talking about counting votes by eligible voters. It's not a very controversial thing, or at least it shouldn't be," unquote. After Election Day, Commissioner Al Schmidt, his family, and his colleagues were subjected to death threats simply because he was trying to do his job with integrity. It calls to mind, Mr. President, that great line from America the Beautiful, "O beautiful for patriot dream that sees beyond the years." These election officials, like so many of our patriots, we heard from Senator Duckworth tonight, a real patriot. These patriots did their job. Let's support these patriots. Vote against this objection.
Majority Leader. I yield 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Romney.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, today was heartbreaking, and I was shaken to the core as I thought about the people I met in China and Russia and Afghanistan and Iraq and other places who yearn for freedom and who look to this building and these shores as a place of hope. And I saw the images being broadcast around the world, and it breaks my heart. I have 25 grandchildren. Many of them were watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and meet with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in this shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd, I, along with 31 of my colleagues, stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise. Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next, and that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both Democrats and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. But this is not just an issue for us here in the United States. This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill. We give those struggling under oppression hope for a better future. Now, like so many of us in this chamber, I've traveled to developing democracies around the world, to Afghanistan and Iraq, to the Western Balkans, to Africa, to the country of Georgia. I went there with my colleague, Senator Risch. In 2012, we went to Georgia to observe officially, on behalf of the Senate, the election between outgoing President Mikhail Saakashvili and his United National Movement Party, and the challenge by Georgian Dream, which was a newly formed party supported and funded by billionaire oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili. It was a battle for parliament, but also for control of the government. Senator Risch and I visited multiple polling places on Election Day, and we agreed with the international assessment that that election was free and fair and that Georgian Dream were the winners. But there was real concern in the country that Saakashvili was going to refuse to give up power, that would lead to violence, it would end the nascent democratic reforms that were happening in that former Soviet republic. And so Senator Risch and I, the day after the election, went to visit President Saakashvili to try and talk him out of staying in power. And I remember very clearly going to his home, and we sat down with him and we pointed out that the hallmark of a democracy, what he had worked so hard for in his 8 years as president of Georgia, the hallmark of that was to turn over power in a peaceful election to the person that the voters chose. Well, President Saakashvili listened to us, and he did leave office peacefully. But It's important that future generations recognize that America, like democracies everywhere, depends on a peaceful transition of power, on believing in what the voters say and in ensuring that happens. Unfortunately, we've heard from some senators today who have been enabling President Trump's willful disregard of the votes of our citizenry, even as they speak out against foreign leaders who ignore their own people. They will fail, and history will remember them. And I hope that future generations will view the actions of some of those folks today as little more than an unfortunate anomaly. Future opportunists may use this ill-fated effort to seek short-term political gain over the long-term stability of our republic. But for the sake of our great country and America's standing in the world, I ask my colleagues today to fully endorse the results of the free and fair election and set aside this partisan attempt to subvert the will of the people. We should be venerating the peaceful transition of power, even if our own preferred candidate didn't win. That is, after all, who we are in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Ohio, Senator Portman.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. Vice President, you have fulfilled your duties as President of the Senate tonight with distinction, and we all appreciate it. I thought about changing my mind and not speaking tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I know all of my colleagues would have appreciated that greatly. But I felt it was necessary to speak because I want the American people, particularly my constituents in Ohio, to see that we will not be intimidated, that we will not be disrupted from our work, that here in the citadel of democracy, we will continue to do the work of the people. Mob rule is not going to prevail here. Now, let's face it, we did not reclaim this chamber tonight. Brave and selfless law enforcement officers stood in the breach and ensured that the citadel of democracy would be protected and that we would be defended. And we are deeply grateful for that, as is the nation. I've listened carefully to the comments of my colleagues, and I've listened over the past couple of weeks as this issue has been discussed, and I tell you, for me, it's not a hard decision. I stand with the Constitution. I stand with what the Constitution makes clear. The people and the states hold the power here, not us. My oath to the Constitution and my reverence for our democratic principles make it easy for me to confirm these state certifications. By the way, I posed this process some 15 years ago when some Democrats chose to object to the electors from my home state of Ohio after the 2004 elections. I opposed it then, and I oppose it now. I said at the time, Congress must not thwart the will of the people. That's what we would be doing. Let's assume for a moment that those who object to the certifications are right, that the Constitution intended that a bare majority of members of Congress could circumvent the states that have chosen to certify the popular votes of their own state citizens. I ask the objectors to think about the precedent that would be set if we were to do that. What if the majority in the House and the Senate was of the other party when a presidential candidate of our party came through a close presidential election? Would you want a Congress controlled by the Democrats to play the role you now intend for us? It is asking Congress to substitute its judgment for the judgment of the voters, and its judgment for the judgment of the states that certified the results. And even forgetting the dangerous precedent that would be set, what would be the basis for objecting in this election? Look, I voted for President Trump. I supported him because I believe the Trump administration's policies are better for Ohio and for the country. And I supported the Trump campaign's right to pursue recounts. They had every right to do it. And legal challenges. I agree that there were instances of fraud and irregularities in the 2020 elections. I think we all do. And by the way, there is fraud and irregularities in every presidential election. But it is also true that after 2 months of recounts and legal challenges, not a single state recount changed the result. And of the dozens of lawsuits filed, not one found evidence of fraud or irregularities widespread enough to change the result of the election. This was the finding of numerous Republican-appointed judges and the Trump administration's own Department of Justice. Every state has now weighed in and chosen to certify its electoral slate based on the popular vote as set out in the Constitution. I understand that many Americans who would never storm this Capitol don't trust the integrity of the 2020 election, don't think the states should have certified, don't think we should have accepted the results from the states, and are insisting on more transparency and accountability. In the 2016 elections, lest we forget, many Democrats objected to the results and distrusted the election. I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to listen, but also to do our part to try to restore faith in our elections. Mr. President, we should all work to improve the integrity of the electoral system and the confidence of the American people in this bedrock of our great democratic republic. Today, I'll do my constitutional duty and oppose these efforts to reject the state-certified results. And tomorrow, in the wake of this attack on the Capitol, the pandemic that engulfs us, and other national challenges, let's work together for the people. Yield back.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I believe we have 8 minutes left, so I'd like to divide 4 to Senator King and 4 to Senator Van Hollen.
That's correct, leader.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, Winston Churchill once said that he could do a 2-hour speech extemporaneously, but a 10-minute speech took immense preparation. I don't know what he would have said about a 4-minute speech. We are a 240-year anomaly in world history. We think that what we have here in this country is the way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants. And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile. It's fragile and it rests upon trust. It rests upon trust in facts. It rests upon trust in courts, in public officials, and yes, in elections. I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support, that's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months. We cannot afford to pull bricks out from the foundation of trust that underlies our entire system. And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened. It's easy to confront your opponents. It's hard to confront your friends. It's hard to tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is applied to people in jobs like ours. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be something that we take on as a sacred obligation. And if people believe something that isn't true, it's our obligation to tell them, no, I'm sorry, it isn't. Just as Senator Portman just said, as Mike Lee just said, I'm sorry, we can't do this here. We don't want to do this here. This is a power reserved to the states, not to the Congress. And I agree with the majority leader. I think this is one of the most important votes any of us will ever take. On December 1st, 1862, Abraham Lincoln came to this building. He came to this building in the darkest days of the Civil War. He was trying to awaken the Congress to the crisis that we were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully and effectively engaged. And he ended his speech that day with words that I think have an eerie relevance tonight. Here's what Abraham Lincoln said. Fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. And here's his final words. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mob violence and attack we saw on our Capitol today should be a wake-up call to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who, as the senator from New Jersey said, even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then has perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I'd never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis, warning the country about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides. In the United States of America, we talk to the world about how we want to promote democracy and our values, and right here at home, too many are undermining those values. And Mr. President, Donald Trump could not do this alone. He can only do it if he's aided and abetted by individuals who are willing to perpetrate those lies and those conspiracies. And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand up together. Stand up together and tell the truth. You know, when you go into a court of law like those 60 cases, you're testifying under penalty of perjury. That's very different than here in the House and the Senate. And in all those 60 cases under penalty of perjury, there was no evidence of widespread fraud. So it should be easy for us all together to tell the truth. On January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. He has said he wants to bring the country together. He has said he wants to bring Democrats and Republicans together to do some of the pressing business of this country, to defeat this pandemic, to get the economy going again, to face challenging issues of racial and social justice. I hope we will learn from what happened today, the mob attack on this Capitol, the price we pay when we don't stand up for the truth and for democracy. James McHenry, Maryland's delegate to the Constitutional Convention, wrote about a famous exchange in his diaries between Elizabeth Willing Powell and Benjamin Franklin. Wrote, a lady asked Dr. Franklin, well, doctor, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy? A republic, replied Dr. Franklin, if you can keep it. My colleagues, this is a test of whether we're united to keep our republic. I hope we will pass the test together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham.
Senator from South Carolina.
Many times my state has been the problem. I love it. It's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and I have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida sent two slate of electors. They had two governments, by the way, and we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these three states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, First thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said, no, I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. Hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. Hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, to my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves, and when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield back the balance of our time.
All time has expired. The question is, shall the objections submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others be sustained? Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. No. Mr. Bennett. No. Mrs. Blackburn. No. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Blunt. No. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Holy. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. I got excited. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Loeffler. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.